Councilmember Berman, Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Klein, Vice Mayor Niss, Councilmember Price, Councilmember Sharp, Councilmember Schmidt,
Here.
Mayor Shepard. 6 present. Council is going into a closed session, labor negotiations with the firefighters and the Palo Alto Police Officers Association.
Okay, I'm going to reconvene the City Council meeting after closed session. And our next item on the agenda is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I don't see any for tonight, except for we have a very long agenda. And we have 2 public hearings which have been noticed to start at 7 o'clock. So until then, we can take up all the other items. And so the next item after this would be the city manager comments. Jim, city manager comments?
As you began.
Almost ready, Madam Mayor, excuse me. Okay, Madam Mayor, council members, a number of items to report, just since it's summertime, that time of the year, and of course you'll be going on recess also. Planning staff will host the 3rd in a series of public workshops related to the comprehensive plan update tomorrow evening. The workshop will build on discussions at past workshops about critical issues, growth management strategies, and areas of the city where change and development could occur between now and the year 2030. Members of the public are encouraged to attend, whether or not they attended, of course, the first 2 meetings that were held. At the meeting, the public can obtain a copy of the orientation brochure that staff prepared about the comprehensive plan. That's this brochure right here that my understanding is the council received a copy of this, Our Palo Alto 2030, an orientation brochure, assuming many folks who will participate have not been involved with the comprehensive plan before, and can learn how to participate in the ongoing update and the EIR scoping process. There are also copies of the brochure and a formal notice that an EIR will be prepared will be available on our website and at the planning department's offices. Tomorrow's workshop will take place at 6 p.m. That is Tuesday, the 24th of June, and it will occur at the Elks Lodge on El Camino Real. It will start with a recap of the earlier meetings, and then attendees will be invited to help us imagine alternative futures for the city. Results of that workshop will be discussed at a meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission on July 9th and at the Council's first meeting back after your break on August 4th. Staff will continue to disseminate information, invite online input, and welcome email or written comments on issues and alternatives to be addressed in the draft comprehensive plan and draft EIR through August 6th. That's in this space. Cal Avenue project update. The city's contractor, Redgwick Construction, has completed the water line installation for the California Avenue project and is now moving into the streetscape portion of the project, which includes sidewalk widening, new corner bulb outs, landscaping, and new streetlights on Cal Avenue. As part of the project, the city plans to plant an additional 49 trees along the street, bringing the total number of trees on California Avenue to over 100. The proposed planting palette was coordinated into the existing tree selection, which was reviewed by the city's urban forestry department, canopy, and the area residential and business community. Before the sidewalk widening happens, construction crews will need to remove 5 trees, one of which is dead, that are in direct conflict with the new construction work. The 5 trees include 2 valley oaks, 1 southern live oak, and 2 chamard oaks. The trees are located in an area where the sidewalk will be widened and the reconfigured right-hand turn lane, and if left intact, would prevent a safety hazard. The 14-day tree removal notices will be placed on the impacted trees tomorrow, June 24th, and area businesses will be notified. Again, the planned street tree palette follows and complements California Avenue's existing pattern and the city's overall street tree plan. The planned trees on the widened sidewalk will provide the area with shading and a comfortable atmosphere for people to enjoy. On the California Energy Code, please be advised that the 2013 Title 24 Energy Code will go into effect on July 1st, 2014, and the new code will impact both residential and non-residential design and construction in Palo Alto. And for more information, people can contact the Development Services Department. I wanted to provide you a bit of an update on the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, S/CAP. In 2007, as most of the council is aware, the city prepared a climate protection plan which specified goals for greenhouse gas reduction, set forth several hundred measures to address those goals. And since that time, the city has exceeded those goals, set new goals, and has exceeded them. Our community and commission emissions now stand an estimated 34% below 1990 levels and an estimated 29% below 2005 levels. These are impressive accomplishments, but still a long way from the 80% by 2050 that the state of California has targeted as an aspirational goal, and the even steeper reductions that the global climate crisis will require. As we have discussed previously, these new circumstances, plus new technologies, plus a rising bar of initiatives from cities around the country, call for a new climate action plan. In addition, we have the opportunity, or perhaps the need, to align the climate plan with our comprehensive plan update process currently underway. So staff issued an RFP for a new climate plan on June 2nd and met with prospective bidders in a pre-proposal meeting on June 9th. The RFP put out, asked consultants to develop strategies for 3 different greenhouse gas reduction scenarios: 80% by 2050, 80% by 2030, and 100% carbon-free by 2025, in each case delineating the technical, financial, policy, and behavioral changes that could be required to achieve those goals, so that the council and the community will have a grounded basis for choosing how to move forward. We will be pursuing an accelerated path, both for the proposal process and for the plan development, and we expect to come back for the award of the contract with the council, to the council on August 4th. Not that it really needs reminding, but since this is the council's last meeting, the chili cook-off will be held, of course, at Mitchell Park this year on the 4th of July, which this year, 4th of July will fall on the 4th of July. That's a Friday. The fire department, the Office of Emergency Services, and the police department, along with CSD open space rangers, will be conducting a safety watch. This will involve the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District, Stanford University, and other agencies, with a common goal of deterring crime, fire, and other dangers, especially in the Baylands or foothills. And our emergency services volunteers who will be at the chili cook-off will also participate in this important event. News from the Arts Center: don't miss veteran and artist Aaron Toole as he continues his residency at the Arts Center through June 29th. This is his last week. Don't miss the chance to meet Aaron and learn about his work. Since 2001, he has created and given away more than 15,000 cups in order to promote dialogue about war and the veteran experience. He's working at the Arts Center galleries Tuesday through Sunday during the Arts Center open hours, and he continues to accept contributions from community members to incorporate into his cup. The Twilight Summer Concert Series kicks off this Saturday with the Air Force Band of the Golden West performing at 7:30 in Rinconada Park. The 50-member ensemble performs a variety of music from standard band, literature, jazz, and pop arrangement to Broadway standards and, of course, patriotic music, complete with instrumental soloists. The 8 series Twilight concerts are free to the public, and we'll be providing announcements when the council's in session. Otherwise, please check the city website for more information. And then lastly, I did want to share with the council that your approval of the contract for the remodel of the first floor of City Hall is underway, with the goal of the project to begin next week with 4 phases, each estimated to take between 60 and 90 days. The first phase will involve the new community meeting room on level 1, which is where the HR department used to be. New council, the old council conference room expanded to provide a better public meeting space. We'll be moving utilities customer service off of the mezzanine second floor area to the first level for the public to have a one-stop shop at the first level. We'll be looking at remodeling the main library with public art, and we'll be installing new carpet in the council chambers and upholstery on these existing seats, and that work is actually scheduled to begin tomorrow. And we'll be remodeling the elevator cabs. Phase 2 and Phase 3 will mostly deal with some improvements on the second level and the mezzanine, and a remodel of the old council conference room. And we'll be sure to be providing signage to ensure customers are aware of the impacts. Will be a little bit of a construction scene here on the first floor for a while. And I think we might have a sample of the carpet that's going to go into the chambers set back here behind you all somewhere, and the finish for the seats. That's all I have to report.
All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is oral communication, and this is when members of the public can speak to any item that is not already on our agenda. This is limited to 3 minutes. We have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Robin Angstad, to be followed by Tim Gray.
Hi, I'm Robin Angstad, and thank you for taking me on such short notice. I had an unpleasant encounter with, I don't know whether to call him a homeless person, a street person, but he managed to insult me in terms of ageist, racist, sexist, and on the basis of my disability. And I ran crying into the Walgreens where I was going anyway and asked the manager what he was going to do about it. And the manager went out and talked to the guy and said, basically, I learned this later, said, okay, you're cool, you can stay here. And, you know, I said, I'm not leaving the store till I'm assured of safety. And I asked to be let out the back, and I was. And, you know, I've lived in Palo Alto for 4 years, this stint. I did another stint of 10 years when I was married here in Midtown. And otherwise, I've lived mostly in Menlo Park. And I value Palo Alto and its beauty and its sense of community, and I wouldn't live anywhere else. But I really don't like being accosted hatefully by street people. This is not the first incident. It is the first incident with this man, this gentleman. But it is not the first time I have been verbally, cruelly verbally abused by homeless street people. And I wondered, when did this happen that street people were allowed to panhandle right in front of stores? This did not happen on my watch. It did not also happen on my watch that street people were accorded Palo Alto citizenship standards. And I am considering getting petitions together and getting this going, because I don't like what I see happening to my city. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Gray, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Tim Gray, 4173 Park Boulevard, Palo Alto, and I'm here to read a email that I had sent out, which was a public records request to our city attorney, Molly Stump, and I'm hoping that I can get the cooperation and the backing up from the council, so that I know that with light of recent press, there's been a rush to judgment, and I'd really like to see the facts laid out for everybody before we can have a real solid and meaningful conversation about the grand jury report that came out. And here's my letter. Pursuant to the California Records Act, I'm requesting the following information: any and all notes, correspondence, electronic records, etc., reflecting all members of the City Council and other city employees who attended said meetings between the City of Palo Alto and the developers or the staff at 27 University during the dates of inception of the project to the completion of the grand jury report. This request also includes authorizations and distributions of city funds that were paid out to the parties that were also involved in the 27 University project and the surrounding transit center. The records should specifically cite 1, the council authorization date and supporting minutes, the proposal and the date of the proposals for the work, vendors that bid on the work, the stated purpose of the request, the work that was performed as the listed vendors on the listed vendors' invoices, the names of the payers, the dates of service, and the date of payment, the products that vendors delivered and are now the property of the City of Palo Alto. These are standard audit checklist items. Thank you for your prompt compliance with the California Public Records Act. As a resident, I also stand willing to travel to the City Hall to receive these records. And I hope that we can all learn some things from this. And if apologies are due, I'm looking forward to having everybody having an open heart and offering sincere apologies to the community for the situation and the embarrassment that the residents have suffered under your watch.
Thank you. We now move to minutes approval. I need to have a motion to approve the minutes for May 5th and May 6th.
So moved.
Second.
Let's vote on the board. And that motion carries unanimously. We now have the consent calendar. Clerk, do I have any public comments for the consent calendar? Okay, there's no public communication for the consent calendar, so do I have a motion to?
Move approval. Second.
All right, we've got a motion to approve and with a second, so let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I'd like to register a no vote on item number 4, and that's the contract with Questica for a budget system. And
Okay, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to that later. Councilmember Scharf.
I'd like to register a no vote on item number 23.
Councilmember Schmidt?
A no vote on item number 4.
Thank you. All right. Colleagues will have 3 minutes to speak to their no vote after we vote on the consent calendar. Let's go ahead and vote. Consent calendar passes unanimously with Councilmember Holman and Schmid voting no on item number 4 and Councilmember Scharf voting no on item number 23. Councilmember Holman, you will now have 3 minutes to speak to your no vote.
Well, it won't take 3 minutes, but I appreciate staff's moving forward with some recommendations and action plan for adopting some new software that will help implement some changes that have been needed in terms of interface for budget and other processes having to do with our SAP, and being able to better manage that and not be so or not be so physically demanding in terms of human input. That said, I think this is a very significant proposal. It's over the course of the contract, it's $472,000 plus a 10% contingency. And I think something this significant really should have gone to committee first for discussion so that we could learn and have a better understanding of what the implications are, what this system is going to do, what the capabilities are. You know, what its shortcomings might be, if there was vetting with other agencies who've used this, what that experience is, any number of things, because it is significant. And I just think, again, this kind of thing, you know, applaud your effort to do this, but it really should have come to us in a timely enough manner that we would have had an opportunity to vet this and have a better understanding of what's being proposed, especially for this kind of expenditure. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt, can you please speak for 3 minutes to your no vote on item number 4?
Along the same lines, I think, again, this is a very important step forward and promises lots of benefits for the city. But with the SAP innovation, I think we started that 5 years ago, and there have been a series of questions arising since then about what is it working, what's the problems with it, why are we having these problems? And I think for a system this important to the city, it might be good to have some of that discussion up front before we commit to a particular contract, if for nothing else, just to get the expectations of the council and the public aligned to what the goals are of that project.
Thank you. Councilmember Scharf, would you like to speak for 3 minutes on your no vote on item number 23?
Oh, maybe just about 10 seconds. I'm just voting no because I don't think we should be doing this, and I just want to be consistent on it.
Thank you. Now we're going to move into the action items for the evening. The first action item is a request by the city manager that before we did vote, but thank you for checking. You voted yes on everything else. Yes. It's an odd way of doing that, actually. I wish we could vote to the no before we vote, but yeah, it's part of our policy and procedures, and maybe we'll take that up sometime and take a look at it now that we've had a number of people this year voting no on things. This item is in regards to the reconfiguration of our golf course, and we are going to be going on about a 5-week break where we will not be having a council meeting, and yet there are still some pending items with our golf course. The fact that we've gone out for a contract to do the work to create our new golf course. And so the city manager is going to go through these elements. The motion, though, that we are going to have at the end of the day, the clerk has put up on her side of the screen up here behind us. And so it is all 8 elements of the staff report under recommendation. And I'm going to, once again, I'm not going to go through these 8 elements. I'm going to let the city manager do that in his presentation, and the reasons why we need to give him some ability to make decisions while we are on break. So, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm joined here at the table also by Assistant Public Works Director Brad Eggleston and Joe Teresi, who has been lead staff on a lot of the permitting issues we've been dealing with, both on this project and with the Creek JPA on the flood control project that they have. We did want to call the council's attention to the motion itself, or the recommendation for a motion itself, which is on the screen in front of you. It is also on page 1 of the staff report itself, and it begins at the bottom of the page under recommendation, and there are 8 points to that recommendation. And if the council would bear with me, I'll give you again a brief description of why we're bringing this, and then roughly what each of these 8 recommendations are. I think as the council well knows, back in February, I think we received from the Regional Water Quality Control Board a notice of incompleteness on our application related to our request for a 401 permit certification from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, which has the delegated authority to grant that permit. We subsequently, in March, middle of March, had a meeting with the executive officer of the Regional Water Quality Control Board in the city of East Palo Alto, with the jurisdiction of East Palo Alto and other affected parties in the Creek JPA, to discuss both the really what we saw, the delays in the issuance of a permit for the flood control project through the JPA, and also a delay in issues in how we could move forward on our golf course project. At that meeting, we discussed with the executive officer the need for executive leadership on this project in order to be ensured that it didn't get caught up in the bureaucratic combine that a lot of regulatory agencies can get immersed in, partly due to the volume of issues they have, staffing issues, but also as it relates to the ability to kind of work directly really well with applicants like ourselves. And we charted out what we thought was a roadmap to approval for the permit by specifically identifying the outstanding issues that we needed to have resolved, and what we thought was a pathway and an understanding of what it would take to achieve that. So since then, our staff has submitted the additional necessary information that the Water Board staff had requested. Despite the fact that we were asking for fast turnaround times, the Water Board staff, I think, informed us that they had a 30-day response period typically when we submitted information. We would point out that actually they have passed that 30-day response period and not gotten back to us with a formal response to the additional information we have, which we think satisfies their requirements. So we are hopeful that we can continue to press the Water Board executive officer. I've asked for a personal meeting with him within the next week to visit on this issue so that we could be absolutely clear about how we could proceed with the permit. The problem, of course, is that you all go on recess. We have a contract that had a 90-day clause, basically, for us to be able to enact it when we selected the respondent on this project, and so that takes us to about the middle of July. We want to be able to award that contract if we're able to get a Water Board approval, or certainly a clear indication that an approval is imminent. That's what I'm asking for. So that is recommendation number 1 here, is to delegate to the city manager the ability to authorize that contract if we should achieve that permit milestone. Secondly, item number 2 and 3 and 6 and 7 are all subsequent actions that we would need to take place if we were in a position to award the contract. Those are essentially adopting a change order to the contract. One of them is deductive. One of them is anticipating if there were some additional expenses. One of those is adoption of a resolution indicating that we would issue certificates of participation if we were to proceed with this project, and there are some requirements for us doing that at the stage of awarding the contract. And lastly, that there would be a budget ordinance, amendment ordinance, to allow for sufficient funding. Now, given the history so far on this, it is possible, quite possible, that by you taking this action, we may not be in a position where I would be able to exercise this anyway because we have not gotten the permit. And if that were to be the case, we would have to come back to you, obviously, in your August meeting and talk about where we go from there. My hope is that the information that we've shared and our efforts to engage directly with the Water Board Executive Officer could lead us to being able to obtain a permit that we think we clearly deserve right now. Now, that being said, there are 3 other items included within this sort of before recess item that we would execute or by your action tonight. And that is item number 4, which basically allows us to make additional expenditures to the design group for the design work that we've had done on the golf course. Item number 5, which deals with a resolution to extend our ability to use limited purpose hauling of materials by trucks on this transfer of soil issue that's been ongoing between Stanford University and Oregon Expressway. And lastly, item number 8, which is to adopt a budget amendment ordinance in the amount of $324,800 in revenues and the same amount in expenses to operate the golf course for the first 2 months of fiscal year 2015. So that's July 1st through the end of August. And the reason for that is originally when we had proposed the budget, we had thought that we could have had not only awarded the contract, we'd have the permits in hand, and the golf course would be closed for fiscal year 2015. Obviously, we're only asking for a 2-month extension. All of this is predicated on us potentially receiving a permit and being able to move forward with the contract. But that will remain to be seen as to whether or not I'm able to achieve that. As I said before, we would be back to you in August on, again, all of the items except for 4, 5, and 8 if you adopt a recommendation if we're unsuccessful in getting the permit. And then we're here to answer any questions if need be. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I have 1 speaker on this item. So I'm going to go out to the public, and then we can bring it back for council action and comments. Trish Mulvey. You will, I'm sorry, what? Mulvey. Sorry. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm here on behalf of my colleague, Eileen McLaughlin. She sent you a letter that didn't get mailed or didn't get emailed until 5:30, and so I doubt you've even got it, much less had a chance to read it. Our concern is with exactly what Mr. Keene said, the likelihood or lack of likelihood about getting a permit anytime soon. The piece that's missing in consideration of the golf course is that the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative, which is usually shortened to LEDPA, a horrible acronym, the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative for the flood project is still being worked out with the regulatory and resources agencies dealing with endangered species, particularly the saltmarsh harvest mouse and the California clapper rail. In looking at the flood project designs in order to make that kind of a project least environmentally damaging and practicable. It may still require reconsideration of the location of the golf course levees, and I can't imagine how we're going to get that all pulled together through a Corps of Engineers process that I think usually takes 90 days, and that process doesn't even start till you've got the regional board permits. So Eileen's note to you really is just saying, please be aware that these factors are influencing the permit, and we certainly don't, none of us want the city spending money until we're sure we've got environmentally responsible permits in hand so we can all go forward with the flood project and the golf course together. So thank you for your attention. And as I say, you've got Eileen's note in your package.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ness.
I think Trish, it's really nice to see you, and thank you for coming down tonight and articulating what is that very long acronym so well. But I would move approval of this, and I think in many ways, if I get a second, I'll speak to it, but in many ways, this is hedging our bet, even despite what Ms. Mulvey just said. So.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Mayor Niss and seconded by Councilmember Klein. Would you like to go on and speak to your motion?
I think Jim has explained it very well. This is a hedging our bets type of motion at this point. This has continued on for quite some period of time, and I think, though, Ms. Mulvey has said there may be something else in the works that hasn't been addressed as yet.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes, I'm always glad to see Trish. This may be the first time I've ever really disagreed with her so thoroughly. I think that the city and our joint powers EPA with Menlo Park and East Palo Alto have acted very, very responsibly, and I can't believe from all I've read and listened to that the Water Board has. The Water Board, for example, and I'll only use this one example, had ample opportunity as everybody else to respond to the environmental impact report, which the JPA issued last year, I believe, the timing, and they had no objections whatsoever. So it's really hard to understand where they are right now, and their bureaucratic delays are really quite astonishing. So while I want to believe in their good faith, I'm really quite, I'm dubious about it, frankly. I think we need to go forward and take the actions the city manager has proposed. We are running significant financial risks on the golf course. The failures to act by the Water Board have already cost us not insignificant amounts of money, and look like they may cost us a lot more. And for what purpose, I fail to see. And I think we need to minimize those costs if we're going to be acting prudently as stewards of the city's money. So I, by all means, urge colleagues to vote yes on the 8 items that are proposed under this agenda item.
Councilmember Scharf.
Well, before I also make some comments along those lines, I actually had some questions on the deductive change order number 1. So does this in any way make the golf course less appealing? Are we using lower quality materials, or are we just using as good materials for, you know, they just happen to be cheaper at this point? What are we doing here?
These are mostly efficiencies that the contractor came up with. There are some minor things that are being eliminated, but this has been thoroughly reviewed with the golf staff and with the golf course architect, and he feels strongly that it's not going to take away from the overall quality of the end product.
So just address for me the bridge, the $105,000 savings of the bridge versus the earthen berm. I had trouble visualizing what exactly we were talking about.
In the original plan, there was going to be an island green that you would actually have to cross over. There would be like a low area that you would have to cross over on a wooden bridge to reach the green. And instead of using a bridge and this bulkhead wall that was rather expensive, it's going to be done using just the grading of the site. So it'll be sort of a simulated island, but you won't be crossing over a bridge. Instead, you'll just be going from a high point down and back up. So it'll be done with earthwork as opposed to paying the expense of building a bridge and this wooden wall around the island.
Okay, and it's still attractive and looks good and all.
Yes.
All right. So I too obviously am disappointed in the water board's actions. And I think one of the things being on council is that ever since I've been on council and before, frankly, every year January comes around, December comes around, and you're watching the flood, and you're saying to yourself, are we going to have a flood event out there? And frankly, this kind of delay, stopping the JPA project, stopping this from going forward, if we have those, it's really on the water board. And I hope they really start moving forward on that. I mean, I think, the flooding that could occur in East Palo Alto and, in Palo Alto, it's a serious issue. And it's not something to just, sit on and be delayed about. And I really hope they move forward on that fairly quickly. Because frankly, it is on them if we have a terrible flooding event.
Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I agree with all of the points and the recommendations. I have two questions. One, this is related to the water board itself. Who makes appointments to the water board? You may have touched on this before.
Those are governor's appointments.
And who is in charge of funding for the water board and their activities?
The state legislature.
Okay. I know we've had some contact with our state legislators. I know Senator Feinstein and Congresswoman Eshoo is also aware of the issues of the permitting delays. If you're not getting cooperation from the executive part of the water board, the staff, have we really exhausted all other options, or would it be more trouble than it's worth? Is there any other leverage point that we have that we could potentially use that you haven't done already?
Thank you, Councilmember Price. I think as the council is aware, the city, actually the JPA and the city took some not necessarily typical actions by filing appeals with the state water board, both in relation to the denial of the flood control project of the JPA, and also sort of a preemptive effort to go on record ourselves in filing an appeal or a notice as it related to the notice of incompleteness that we received. So that was one way to preserve our ability to appeal to the state water control board. Now, we asked to have that held in abeyance. The city attorney, working with our outside counsel on this, did. Why did we do that? Because going through that kind of a appeal and review process can take a lot of time. And we had always thought that the fastest route to getting an approval would be for the executive officer who denied on his own authority without the regional board the JPA permit would be the fastest potential route if we could work directly with the executive officer, both to get an approval on the golf course project, which he has repeatedly told us we're very close, and on the Creek JPA process. Obviously, we are running out of time, though. Already, and I think we'll have more to report on the flood control project, that there is an exceeding level of risk that's beginning to emerge as it relates to the construction season, which is essentially, I'm looking at Pat as our representative on the JPA board, passing, if not passed, for this year. I think that one of the things that is being ignored in this process is this focus on the LEDPA, the criteria that would say the least environmentally damaging and practicable alternative. That means it's not some theoretical proposal. It's one that is practicable. And on the golf course project, just as an example, when we met with the executive officer in March, we identified roughly what changes would be necessary to allow us to be able to proceed with the golf course. And those were identified and those were known. And we've provided all of the information in relation to that. And we still are not getting a permit. We're getting delays. We're getting requests for other information, all of these sorts of things. And the truth is, it's an even bigger consequence for the JPA project because it relates to the life safety issue and that sort of thing. So I think that we clearly feel that we're making this push in July, and we're very, very hopeful that that the totality of what this choice is and its consequences is better owned by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and not just left not only to us, but the City of East Palo Alto and the Flood Control Project and the other jurisdictions. You're right. Both Congresswomen Eshoo and Spear went to the federal government and achieved really a great victory in getting almost $1 million in funding that could close the gap for the Army Corps of Engineer project on the flood control project. So they have a lot of concerns about why the water board isn't able to move this thing through. And I think even though there have been some efforts by the water board to sort of pull in some of the other agencies who are actually just sort of dependent upon the water board making their ruling first, all of the indications the JPA staff and our own gives us is that it really is the water board staff that is really the kind of the gateway to concluding the review and the ability to issue the permits. I think it's well known what modifications need to be done to be able to satisfy the LEDPA, and the ball really is in the water board's court. It's not a failure to provide alternatives by the JPA staff or by our staff on our project. I'm a little frustrated.
Anything more?
Perhaps Governor Brown should be advised.
Councilmember Schmidt?
Just a couple questions on what we're voting on. First question, I guess, by moving ahead and the council taking a stand on the permitting process by the golf course, are we putting at any risk whatsoever the flood control project? Are we exerting pressure for them to compromise what they are doing on the flood control project?
No, not at all. Actually, it's really the other way around. I mean, in many ways, one of the outstanding issues on our project has been the water board staff continuing to try to request some potential changes on the flood control project and saying, well, we kind of can't make that change. We don't want to deal with your project at the golf course until that is done. But when we met with the executive officer, we also identified, couldn't we really define clearly the boundaries of what that change could be so that we could proceed with the permit? And at that meeting, we got very positive indications that could happen. Well, by the time we get to this July deadline, it will be 4 months since we had that conversation. So I would just restate again, all you're delegating to me is the authority to award the contract essentially if we get the permits from the water board.
Yeah. I guess the second question is our experience with them is they come back with a little bit less than a signed and stamped sheet. So suppose there's a permit with qualifications. Do we sign a contract with a construction firm?
So I would say we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but I would want to feel the authority that you're delegating to the city manager is conditioned, and we would want to be absolutely certain that we felt that those conditions had been met. So if there was any gray area, I mean, I would default to coming back to you all in August. Now, that would mean another issue. We would have passed that deadline for the contract that we have right now. I'm sure there'll probably be additional cost consequences for us when we do that, but obviously I'm not going to make an independent and cavalier determination by the staff while you're on recess.
Good. Third question, we also are approving the Oregon Expressway as the route for soil. Now, I note that to date, over the first 9 to 10 months of this, they've only delivered 15% of the soil. That means at some point from Stanford, they might all of a sudden be having a massive number of trucks driving down Oregon. Is this any concern? Do we need to limit the amount per week or something?
I believe that we're about to get to a point where the import of soil is going to be accelerated. There's a large project that's about to start on the Stanford University campus that will result in a large amount of soil for the project. But I think that the impact of that is not going to be a problem.
Okay.
And we have in the contract with the hauler that he's only to haul outside of the peak hour, so he won't be hauling during rush hour periods in the morning and afternoon.
Yeah, I guess Oregon is going through some improvements, and even after rush hour, there are problems. So I guess we should be sensitive to what might happen there. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Related to the last question by Councilmember Schmidt, I've had concerns over time about the delivery of soil there, and we have, the environmental concerns about that. And I know that there was, environmental analysis done of it, but I wasn't ever quite comfortable that we'd looked at adequately the impacts on the animal life there. And as we're not really ready to start construction, but we're still accepting dirt, have we really analyzed and are aware of what the impacts are? So in other words, are we getting more soil than we can accommodate at the right places, given that we aren't ready to start construction? So are we piling dirt in places that are going to have an environmental impact?
Well, in advance of the start of the import of the soil, we checked all the trees for any nesting birds, and most of the trees have already been removed, so that element's been addressed. And then the areas where we're stockpiling are all not within any wetland areas where the endangered species live. So I don't believe there's any added risk to wildlife at this time.
And that includes where the additional and increased import of soil will be delivered to? No impact to wildlife there either? Or it'll be the same place, but more of it?
Yeah,
so.
it's in the same areas that are already have soil on them, just the piles will be higher. And in the environmental impact report, the impact of the full volume of soil was evaluated and addressed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Berman?
Well, City Manager Keene mentioned that he's frustrated by all this, and I don't blame him. I've been sitting up here stewing and deciding if I was going to say anything or not, because I don't think much needs to be said, but there's really no other way to describe the actions of the water board other than as incredibly irresponsible. And the 1998 flood that kind of kicked off a lot of these efforts happened when I was a senior in high school. And I remember it fondly because it was the one day of the year that we got off of school for weather-related issues. We felt like we were on the East Coast. But it's been 15 years since then, 16 years since then almost. And the JPA has responsibly and methodically gone through its process to prepare a plan, a flood control plan. It's done all of its due diligence, and I assume and hope that Councilmember Burt will speak much more to those activities. To get to this point where, and I'm still a little bit new to this, so I still start off a little naive and hope that all the actors around a certain issue come with the best of intentions. And I think that 4 months ago, as the city manager mentioned, when we started this process, well, longer than that, but really when this issue came to a head, there seemed to be a belief and an agreement amongst all parties that we could work through these issues and that we could do it in a timely fashion and that we could get this project kicked off this year and soon. And that time has passed. And, you know, if the water board has disagreements, state them. If they want more information, tell us, you know, give a final request for a total amount of information. Let us fulfill that request. Let's hash out the disagreements. Let's come to a solution and let's move on. But this constant delay tactics that are frankly putting in danger residents of 3 different communities, of Palo Alto, of East Palo Alto, and of Menlo Park. And especially, you know, we saw the damage that can happen to residents of Palo Alto in the '98 flood, but the damage that can happen to residents of East Palo Alto is much worse. You know, the flood that happened in 2012, 2013, where it didn't, if I recall correctly, there wasn't any property damage in Palo Alto, but there was some significant damage in East Palo Alto. And that wasn't even, and please feel free to, you know, jump in with details that I don't recall, but, you know, it's the residents of East Palo Alto that are going to get the brunt of this if there's a major flood event, you know, this winter or any time. And the longer that we delay and the longer that there's this obstruction, this unnecessary obstruction, the greater likelihood that there's going to be serious damage to residents of all of our communities. So I'll hold off. You know, that was all filtered thoughts. That wasn't actually what I've got going on in my head. You know, the frustration that I have with the way that some of the folks in the Water Quality Control Board have been acting. And it's not, you know, it's not the board. It's not the appointed officials. It's the staff that's really unnecessarily getting in the way. And so I hope that your meeting with their leadership is fruitful, Jim. And I hope that they listen. If they've got problems, tell us, and we'll address it. But this bringing up new problems every month and not responding to our requests, it's irresponsible and it's dangerous, and it's got to stop at some point.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to speak because I wasn't sure if I could control my frustration, in all honesty. The problems that we're facing on the city's permit, as the city manager explained, the Water Board has linked to the Joint Power Authority permit, and the degree to which we're experiencing and have been experiencing a constantly shifting rationale for not proceeding with the permit and a constantly changing set of requests has just continued to occur unabated. And we just got, in the last week or two, another set of changes, even as we're being provided with platitudes of we're getting really, really close. This is, and we keep hearing this, and we hear it time and again. The only time we didn't hear that was when the Water Board responded to our environmental impact report with no substantive objections to it at all. And on the very last day of the comment period in January was when they gave a denial without prejudice. And we have just gotten one set of either incorrect assumptions. I mean, some of you have heard some of these things, but we repeatedly, even after it was responded to, had the key representatives on the Water Board staff state that one of their concerns was on behalf of the protection of the people of East Palo Alto, our levees were being constructed so that the levees on the Palo Alto side were a few inches taller at construction than the levees on the East Palo Alto side. And even after it was explained to them, and the hydrologists, geotechnologists explained to them that is because the East Palo Alto levees are being built on top of existing levees, and the Palo Alto ones are new and will be settling. To our shock, we heard that again a month later. And it's so disingenuous that the claim is that their concern is the people of East Palo Alto, whereas their delays put those very people at risk. And what we were talking about was even if they're just bogus assumptions that there was a difference in these levees were true, it would have meant that East Palo Alto's levees would be high enough to protect them for a 100-year flood event with sea level rise. And Palo Alto's might be for a 105-year with sea level rise, except ours will settle. And this is the kind of stuff we're getting. They had a complete misconception of the amount of water that the flow that this project, downstream of 101, was designed to accommodate. And we went back and forth over the last 2 months to get them to understand what it was designed for versus another misconception of what could actually flow there. So this is designed for 9,400 cubic feet per second. But with all of the other constraints upstream, we will not have 9,400 cubic feet per second come downstream here until and unless we dealt with the entire upstream program. In all likelihood, that's never going to flow there. So it's actually over-designed. And they had a misunderstanding of just a fundamental misunderstanding of the design of the project and what it was, and they kept having it backwards and forwards. And these are people who have a great deal of watershed expertise, and yet we continue to hear these kinds of objections. And frankly, there is a widely held opinion among the members of the JPA governing body that these are not, many of these are not genuine questions or misunderstandings. They're designed to extract as much of the golf course from the city as possible, even though we have a project that will be environmentally and water quality beneficial as it stands. And so what we have on the horizon is very potentially the need that we've been kind of holding at bay, which is the members of our community and the members of the East Palo Alto community really voicing their concerns about the actions of the Water Board and the Water Board staff. And we already do, Councilmember Price was asking about other legislators. Assemblymember Gordon and State Senator Hill are very interested and concerned with this and have offered their services to assist, have already done so to some degree. And there is a broad concern over this. And frankly, it's really a question of whether this agency is abusing its authority to the detriment of the health and safety of many people in the city of East Palo Alto. So that doesn't change the circumstances. It just gives kind of an update on where I believe we are, and we may need to really pull together as a community along with East Palo Alto to get true responsiveness and action on this.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank staff for the work that they've been doing. I have to say I get to peek in at what's going on the 7th floor, and from time to time I see meetings going on with Len Matterman and the JPA board members to try to push this project through. I think that there's a confusion with our community. I think that some in our community only think that all we have to do is replace the bridges along the San Francisco Creek because that was the cause of the 1998 flood for Palo Alto, when in fact we have to do this very rigorous work that has been going on for quite some time, 5 years at least, if not longer, to try to get to this particular point where we have many things tumbling all at one time, from money from the Army Corps of Engineers all the way down to our local water bond measure that got passed a couple years ago for this particular project, this engineering project. I want to thank Councilmember Burt for serving on this committee. I know that Menlo Park and East Palo Alto is just as anxious to see these permits come through, and they've been very appreciative of the work that our city attorney's been doing in order to keep a good watchful eye and to go ahead with the appeal that we did in order to secure our position in the event that we need to use it and resurrect that and actually act on it. And I am really sorry that we haven't been able to make progress on this. This, to me, is the epitome of why people don't like government. And we've gotten caught with our foot in this as well, and we need to continue to act. So I also noticed that in this contract that it did come in a little bit ahead of a little bit more than we expected with the engineering funds estimate, and yet you were able to negotiate some change orders down in order to bring the contract back into the type of expenditure that we wanted to have with the golf course, and yet all of those expenses are going to be washed away by the fact that we have to keep our golf course not open in time and closed longer than we ever anticipated when we made some of the decisions going into this. So with that, I am going to be supporting this, and I certainly hope that come August when we come back from break that we have some good news. With that, let's go ahead and vote. And that initiative passes unanimously. Our next item is a public hearing, and we cannot take it up until 7 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and call a break of council until 7 o'clock. So if we can reconvene in 10 minutes, then we can take up this public hearing on 261 Hamilton Avenue. Thank you. Council meeting?
Okay, so he's speaking that 10 minutes for the applicant, and then the 3 minutes at the end, John Hannah is going to be speaking for the applicant.
We do not, okay. Okay, at this time, we're going to take up item number 5 on our action agenda. And this is a public hearing on 261 Hamilton. We're being asked to approve, 1, the reclassification of the building at 261 Hamilton, or the University Arts Building, from a Category 3 to a Category 2 historic resource, enabling the generation of 15,000 square feet of transferable development rights, which must be parked. And 2, council is being asked to adopt the record of land use action, which is attachment B, approving the architectural review board application for the proposed project subject to the conditions of approval in the record of land action. Since this is a quasi-judicial item, it requires that council members disclose any outside contacts they have had related to this item and identify any information they learned that is outside of the public record. Do I have any council members that would like to make such disclosures? Councilmember Berman.
Well, let me first get is this anybody we met with, or is this the person who is proposing the project?
You need to disclose any outside contacts you've had related to the item.
Okay, so this morning I met with 2 people, Doria Suma and Jeff Levinsky, to discuss concerns that they had about the project. And I did not learn anything outside of the public record.
Okay, and there's, okay, anything that you have is already in the public record?
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Scharf.
I think the only person I spoke with was Annette Glankoff about 2 minutes ago.
Who? I'm sorry, who?
Annette Glankoff, and I didn't learn anything outside of the public record.
Okay, and that was related to this item. Okay. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I spoke on the phone with Jeff Levinsky and Doria Suma at the same time. And what I learned that isn't here is, I'm trying to find the name of the town, but the Reverend Encino, California, as it was indicated to me, is not a town or not a city, it's a neighborhood. So that's what's not indicated in the staff report.
In the staff report, it's indicated as a town then?
Well, it's the implication at least.
But it is not, it's a neighborhood.
It's a neighborhood.
Unincorporated.
And I did my own research, and it looks like it's a neighborhood, not a city jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
I met with Jeff Levinsky and Doria Suma and had a conversation that did not include anything that is not in the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
And I also met with Doria Suma and Jeff Levinsky, and don't believe I received anything that's not in the public record.
Okay, thank you. Now we will hear the item. This item relates to the renovation of a historic building located at 261 Hamilton. The specific item before the council is the applicant's request to reclassify the historic building from Category 3 to Category 2 in order to gain transferable development rights, known as TDRs, as well as review the architectural review application. I will summarize the process we will follow for the public hearing. First, there will be a staff report. Then the applicant will have up to 10 minutes to speak on the project. We will then go to public comment. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. The applicant will then have 3 minutes for rebuttal. At that point, the council will ask questions and entertain motions on the item. Also, I want to remind council members that we have another big planning item scheduled for this evening. So if it appears that the council has significant questions or concern about this item following council questions, I will entertain a motion to continue to a subsequent meeting. That means then, I guess, that this is not time sensitive. Is that how I should interpret this? That there's nothing pending tonight that...
Well, Mayor Shepherd, council members, Hillary Gittleman, the planning director, it's a public hearing, so we have noticed it a public hearing, and we do want to receive the public
We have to take it
testimony
up
this
tonight
evening.
because it's been noticed as a public hearing.
That's right, but it could be continued to another date if the council can't reach resolution this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. So, staff, will you please begin with your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd, council members. I'm Hillary Gittleman, the planning director, and I'm joined by Claire Campbell of our staff. Claire's going to start the presentation, and I'm going to jump in when we get to the tricky part about this definition we've all been hearing about. Claire?
Thank you. Claire Campbell, Senior Planner. The project before you tonight is comprised of two components. The first is the historic reclassification request from a Category 3 to a Category 2 historic resource. With the Category 2 designation, this building would then be eligible for 15,000 square feet of transferable development rights, or also known as TDRs. The second component of this project is the architectural review for the proposed exterior improvements of the site, and that includes the rehabilitation of the existing historic building and the proposed improvement at the rear of the site with the addition. The standard review process for the historic reclassification requires review by the HRB and action by council. The review for the proposed exterior improvements requires review by the HRB, ARB, and action by the planning director. So in this particular case, staff has elected to bring forward the project tonight, bring both components of the project forward tonight for review and consideration by the council, just due to the significant nature of this historic building within our downtown. The HRB reviewed this project on April 16th and unanimously recommended approval of the historic reclassification and the historic rehabilitation project. And on June 5th, the ARB also recommended approval of the historic rehabilitation. And as we'll soon discuss, this project includes the removal or the relocation of floor area from the basement and elsewhere within the building in order to create an addition at the rear of the site. And this is the critical issue for this project tonight. And tonight, council will be asked to make a determination on the interpretation of the term building envelope, which is something that we've been struggling with for some time. The historic reclassification of 261 Hamilton Avenue, as already mentioned, will make the site eligible for 15,000 square feet of transferable development rights. And these development rights, when developed, will be required to be fully parked. In order to support the historic reclassification, the building must meet the municipal code definition for a Category 2 historic resource. Staff and the HRB have made the determination that the project meets this definition. And this is because it's been considered to have regional importance as one of the largest individual Spanish colonial revival buildings in the Bay Area. It's an outstanding example of meritorious work of the best architects, with Burge Clark as its architect, and the building retains its original character and design intent. The proposed rehabilitation work includes the repair of the red clay tile roof, the cleaning and repair of the stucco, the restoration of the ornamental ironwork, the rehabilitation of the steel casement windows, and the restoration of all the storefronts along Ramona and Hamilton Avenue, including the transom windows. So here we have a rendering of what this project could look like with this rear addition. The original one-story structure along the alley facade would be redeveloped into a three-story addition. The project would not impact the primary historic building facades that were shown in the previous image of this presentation. This proposed addition is based upon the relocation of recognized floor area within the site. When the Downtown Parking Assessment District was established, this building was considered as having 37,800 square feet of floor area, and this included the basement. The project proposes to fill in the basement area underneath the sidewalks and convert the majority of the existing basement to a parking facility, which our code does not consider floor area in our definitions. With these changes, approximately 8,300 square feet of floor area would be decommissioned from the basement, and some of which would be used for this proposed addition at the rear of the site. For all the proposed improvements to the historic building, the Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation must be followed. Based on the analysis provided by a qualified historic consultant and the HRB, this project has been considered compliant with the Secretary of Interior standards. I'll turn it over to Hillary now. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Claire. Maybe I can now try to explain this issue that hinges on the definition of the building envelope. First, let me explain the building is grandfathered because it does not adhere to the current development standards. In other words, if the building were built today, it couldn't be built to the current size. Our code says that grandfathered facilities can be improved as long as there's no increase in the floor area, change in the building footprint, increase in the height, length, building envelope, or any other increase in size. That's the operative phrase. And given the proposal to move the recognized square footage from the basement and elsewhere up to this second and third floor in the back, as Claire described it, and the placement of this proposed addition, I think everyone would agree that the proposal would not increase the floor area, change the building footprint, increase the height or length of the building. So what we're really left with is, would the proposal increase the building envelope and its size? There are two possible interpretations of this, and the council's being asked to decide on one in the context of the architectural review. The first interpretation is that the term building envelope means the building or the building skin, and then the relocation of square footage from the basement and elsewhere to this addition would not be allowed. The second interpretation, the term building envelope is akin to buildable area, and in that interpretation, this relocation of square footage would be allowed. Obviously, we've done a lot of thinking about this and the term building envelope. Does it mean the building itself or the buildable area of the lot? And honestly, I'd say when staff first looked at this, we initially favored the first interpretation. But upon further consideration, we believe that the second interpretation is the better one. And there are really three reasons. One is a close reading of the words in the code. The second is historical precedent, what the city has done and how they've interpreted this term in the past. And third is the just common usage in a zoning context of this terminology. And the first thing we asked ourselves is the drafters of the code, if they really meant that the building envelope was akin to the building, why didn't they just say, you can't increase the size of the building? Why all the verbiage and the term building envelope? So that was the first question that caused us to, sorry, I'm ahead of myself. The second was, the second question we asked ourselves is, how has the city interpreted this section in the past? And we found that the city has on numerous occasions allowed a relocation of square footage as proposed here. And we've provided 4 examples in the staff report. I believe it's attachment H. All of the examples come from the years 2005 to 2008, around that time frame. And honestly, none of them that we found, we haven't been able to find any examples since 2008. The third question we asked ourselves about this term building envelope is, how do planners in other places think of this? And we first looked for definitions or diagrams in neighboring jurisdictions for guidance. And we found that very few jurisdictions in our area really use the term building envelope in their zoning ordinances anymore, possibly because the term is subject to interpretation and debate like we're having this evening, and possibly because this term is increasingly used in another context having to do with energy efficiency. And in that context, it's usually synonymous with the skin of the building, or the building itself. So it seems, just from the research we've done preparing for this evening's discussion, that this is a term that in a zoning context has historically meant one thing, but perhaps it's going out of fashion or evolving to mean something else. Just to wrap it up, the requested actions would enable the project to generate 15,000 square feet of TDRs. Those TDRs must be parked at the receiver site. The project will not result in a net increase in usable square footage on the site. The improvements will add parking to a site that at a time when parking has been identified as a critical issue downtown. And most importantly, the project would not change the principal elevations of the building as shown here, and would assure the rehabilitation of one of the city's most iconic historic buildings in conformance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So staff's recommendation is for approval. If the council would like to, obviously we're here to answer questions about this issue of interpretation and anything else you like about the project. If the council would like to consider modifying the interpretation of building envelope that's been used historically, we would recommend that you still approve the reclassification from Category 3 to Category 2, because everyone who has reviewed this application, this requested action, has concurred with that. With that, I know the applicant is here ready to make a presentation, and following the applicant, we're interested in hearing public comment. If there are representatives from the HRB and the ARB present, perhaps they would like to kick off that public comment phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Since we're going to hear from the applicant now, I'm going to open the public hearing. And if the applicant would like to speak, I have Brent McClure here, and you will have 10 minutes. Let me know when you're ready. I think you've got slides, right?
Yes, we've got slides. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Once again, my name was Brent McClure. I'm principal of Cody Anderson Wozni Architects. We're delighted to be here today to present to you this important project. I think at the foundation of this project is the picture before you. It's not as nice as the one staff had put up showing what it's going to become, but you can see what it is as today. This building sits at the corner of Hamilton and Ramona, anchoring the National Historic District, and we're so excited to be able to restore it to its original design. We're going to be working on the windows, as it was stated, restoring the stucco and really bringing it back to its prominence and its vitality. On these prominent street corners, we're going to be looking at redoing the ground floor, bringing back the arched windows, the transom windows, connecting better with the street. And as we work our way around from Ramona and down to Hamilton, we want to continue that. As it also goes down and around to Centennial Walk, you get a sense as to what is there today. You get down Centennial Walk, the building begins to fall apart when its original design. And then from there, we want to take what is and then make it into what it can become. We're very excited seeing how that we can connect all of these pieces together and breathe life into not just Ramona Street and Hamilton, but also down Centennial Walk. So this is the design where we are today, and it's taken us 1.5 years to get here. We've been to the HRB now twice. We've been to the ARB now twice, and we've heard the comments from the community and staff. Our design originally started as a very glassy, modern addition to this building. We've heard some concerns about that as a design approach, and we've revised it to this much more historically compatible design addition. We also had a building at 4 stories as an addition to it. Now is what we're presenting, and it's been through the process and approved, is 3. So we want to just communicate to you how we have been going through this process. The design, as you see here today, actually is a smaller building than what currently exists. We've done some diagrams to try to illustrate, I think, some of the points that staff has already made. The existing building on floors 1 through 4, it's 30,000 square feet, a little bit more, with an 11,000 square foot basement of this is total gross usable square footage that exists today. So we've got nearly 42,000 square feet that can be used by my client within the building. We've done a diagram to illustrate staff's interpretation, I think, of building envelope as it relates to the metes and bounds of the overall size of the building. So in developing this project, one of the first things that we're doing is we're decommissioning, as it was stated, 8,300 some odd square feet of basement space and converting that into a parking garage that will then be made permanent as part of this project. It cannot be changed in the future. It becomes a condition of approval. And with that, we're creating 9 underground parking stalls. So what we have is, in addition to the 9 parking stalls, the project currently pays into the parking assessment district at the square footage that they're currently at. And with that, there will be no change. So really, the 9 additional parking stalls are in addition to what they're already in compliance with providing as far as parking at this site. Now, when we add the addition in the back, we're adding 2 floors to an existing 1-story piece. And so in doing so, it adds 5,900 square feet with those 2 floors. Within the mezzanine space, we are taking away almost 2,000 square feet. And with the basement, the net change brings the building down to 37.5. So we're taking away close to 4,400 square feet of usable space within this building in its entirety. And so the way the building is used today can be maximized at close to 42. When this project is complete, it will be reduced down to 37.5. One other key point that I don't think has been touched on are the significant life safety features that this project will bring to this important historic treasure within the city of Palo Alto. With this diagram, we're illustrating sort of the existing conditions. We've ghosted out the addition piece. What you have is an L-shaped building, and in the knuckle of the L, shown in red, is an existing elevator tower and stair. The stair is historic and open, and the elevator is non-compliant by today's standards. The yellow designates the fire escape that then connects down to the existing roof. So if you are at the end of either wing and there's a fire between you and the exit, you're going to have some trouble getting out of this building, and you hope Palo Alto Fire is there with the ladder outside the window. So what the addition will do, here's a shot of the fire escape. As you come down to the roof on the left, you can see what it looks like from the side, and then on the right, you can see what it looks like coming down. So what the addition does is it allows us to create a code-compliant exit stair at the opposite corner of the building, bringing this building into full compliance with fire life safety exiting. The building does not have sprinklers except for in the basement. We're going to be providing sprinklers, a full seismic upgrade, a new elevator that will be sized to hold a paramedic's gurney, and continuing with all these life safety features. So aside from the square footage and I think the code issues, we just really want to reiterate, I think, sort of the before and the after, what is there now today, and what we're so excited to bring to this project and what it can become with the life and the vitality, not so much just down Hamilton and Ramona, but also down Centennial Walk. So I think we kind of just wanted to close on some of these points for the additional parking. We're making the building smaller by usable square footage, significant life safety improvements, and then bringing Burge Clark's wonderful building that was built in 1927 up for another 100 years of life in Palo Alto. With that, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take public comment on this. We have a number of speaker cards, and you will all be given 3 minutes. And this is on speaking on the item of 261 Hamilton Avenue. Our first speaker is Robert Moss, to be followed by Sherry Furman.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I find some of the comments about this project to be very weird. The first statement that's said repeatedly is they talk about the FAR not changing. And then in one place in the staff report, it says the basement is 8,357 square feet. And yet the applicant, and there's a table that says the basement is 11,322 square feet. What's the right number? Removing part of the basement is limited to 2,053 square feet, which is under city sidewalks. And they're going to add 5,900 square feet. So how do you end up not adding any FAR when you're adding over 3,900 square feet. Another thing that I find extremely puzzling is that the basement is being counted in the FAR. I've heard dozens of times in the last 10 or 15 years from the planning staff, when projects came in with underground parking garages, that the underground basement was not included in FAR. So here we have FAR included in the basement. So was there something different about this project because it's an old building and was grandfathered in? It's not clear in the staff report. They talk about adding 9 parking spaces, but if you add 5,900 square feet of office space, that's going to be between 30 and 35 new workers. And even if a third of those people take transit, you're going to have another 20 to 25 people looking for parking spaces downtown. You're only going to provide 9 parking spaces in the garage. I think you may have heard a rumor that we have a parking problem downtown. Yeah, so this is going to make it worse. One of the other things I find strange about this entire proceeding is that we're allowing office space in what's supposed to be a ground floor retail area. And if we're going to be allowing any expansion on that site, I'd like to see it reserved for retail use only. The upper floor could be an office space, but I just don't think this is a good approach. I think that the rationale that the staff has used for saying the envelope isn't what the envelope really is rather bizarre, and it doesn't follow normal procedure. This project will increase the existing envelope, it will increase the existing FAR, it will increase the shortage of downtown parking, and it will not benefit the community. So I would like to see it rejected.
Thank you. Sherry Furman, to be followed by Michael Hodos.
Good evening. I'm Sherry Furman, Greer Road. Actually, Bob Moss covered a lot of my points. In this project, it's kind of the devil's in the details. When you start moving around far like this, usage in a basement and usage in office are different. And I agree that the parking deficit, we're not gaining 9 spaces. We're actually getting, several more that won't be parked, and you can take the 9 away from that. But, so, and again, the building envelope and, the building size, that's something that, the code says one thing. It says, this, and if that's not what it means, then it really needs to be changed. So a lot of this is semantics, but a lot of this is what I call gaming the system. You just, you're moving stuff around. The building's not going to be smaller. The basement's going to be smaller. The building is the same size. You're just moving space from a mezzanine to the new offices and all of that. So, so the municipal code, unlike the comp plan, is the law. It's the code. It's not, I don't believe, open to interpretation. So please take that into account. And I wanted to point out a couple of months ago that I'm not speaking for Palo Alto neighborhoods tonight, but having been very involved in that, a couple of months ago we conducted a survey to gauge which issues residents felt important. And, no surprise, the #1 response was electing council members who support residents' interests. So I hope you all are listening to us tonight. And then the top 10 also included concerns about downtown development, which this falls into, the need for residents' concerns to be listened to by council, here we are, and government transparency. So let's see, several things have come up. The Private Streets Initiative, I was going to do this during oral communications, but I didn't get here in time. The Private Streets Initiative, 27 University, Measure D, Underpark Development, oversized signage. I could go on and on. Residents just shouldn't have to be watchdogs and put so much effort into making sure that the law is followed. So I just wanted to let you know, I think, while the project looks pretty, it's not as simple as it seems, and as far and building envelope and everything is concerned. So please give careful consideration to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Hodos, to be followed by David McKenzie.
Council members, I think...
Speak into the mic, please. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's a little disingenuous to say that they're going to take 4,000 square feet of basement and convert it from storage to office space. And then that 4,000 square feet figures out to 16 parking spaces, but they're only adding 9. And that they're going to improve the parking in downtown Palo Alto. And that uses the 1 to 250 ratio, 1 parking space for every 250 square feet of space. But I'm quite certain that most everybody in this chamber knows by now that the 1 to 250 ratio is outdated, since the proposed addition is bound to be utilized as more densely populated office space on the order of 1 person for each 125 square feet. Now we're up to 32 parking spaces, if you use that number. And so now we have a deficit of 23 parking spaces, which is more than 2 block faces that will overflow into the residential neighborhoods adjacent to the downtown area, because there certainly isn't any room to park downtown. The real question is, when is the continued destruction of the quality of life in the neighborhoods by just a few more unparked cars, quote unquote, going to stop? This is a classic example of death by 1,000 cuts. We've been doing this one building after another, and now we have literally thousands of downtown workers parking in the residential neighborhoods. To quote a local architect, I think many businesses and developers are starting to understand that parking and transportation are the future currency for enabling businesses to thrive in the city. The question is, when will the Planning Department, the Planning and Transportation Commission, and the Council itself take that reality to heart? Thank you.
Thank you, David McKenzie, to be followed by William Ross.
Good evening, Mayor Shepard and council members. My name is David McKenzie. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I also happen to be the president and CEO of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, but I want to make it perfectly clear that I'm not here tonight representing the Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight as a resident who was born in Palo Alto and has owned my own home here for over 30 years. I understand that the building at 261 Hamilton is one of the largest Spanish Revival buildings in the Bay Area. It has been described as a very important building in the Ramona Street Historical District, an anchor of the district, and its last building to be renovated. The plan to rehabilitate 261 Hamilton has passed reviews of both the city's Architectural Review Board and Historic Resources Board. I believe the proposed project will improve deficiencies identified in the building while maintaining the original intent of the Burge-Clark design. In my opinion, Mr. Rapp's other buildings in Palo Alto are beautiful, very respectful, and very respectful of the city's character, and this one will be also. I fully support the reclassification of the historical building from a Category 3 to Category 2, and the physical changes to the building to complete its historic rehabilitation and facilitate its reuse. I urge the council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. William Ross, to be followed by Jeff Lewinsky.
Good evening. My name is Bill Ross. I'm a resident and taxpayer. I wish to timely question the environmental review of the project. This comment is timely under Public Resources Code Section 21177 in the case of Napa Citizens for Honest Government versus Board of Supervisors. It is not legally or pragmatically a late hit. There is no analysis of the construction, either short-term or long-term, concerning the impacts of this project on the physical environment. CEQA Guidelines Appendix G provides the following when you're preparing an initial study, and this is where the air emanates from. All answers must take into account the whole action involved, including off-site as well as on-site, cumulative as well as project level, indirect as well as direct, and construction as well as operational impacts. CEQA Guidelines Section 15064D1 of the CEQA Guidelines indicates the following. A direct physical change in the environment is a physical change in the environment which is caused by and immediately related to the project. Examples of direct physical changes in the environment are dust, noise, and traffic of heavy equipment that would result from construction. Staff has followed a consistent policy of assessing construction impacts offline. That's not allowed under CEQA. This is a prejudicial abuse of discretion. Until there's adequate review under CEQA, there cannot be a project approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff Lewinsky, to be followed by Doria Suma.
One moment while we get the slides set up. Escape.
Go ahead and start talking.
Wow, I need the first slide.
The lines are bad. It's just getting worse and worse. Can you see the little red dot?
Yeah, up at the top. Oh my God.
Just close it. Close everything.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? Yeah. Okay.
Just go ahead and start talking.
Okay. Hope the slides come up. Good evening, Mayor Shepard, council members, and staff. I'm Jeff Lewinsky and part of the team at PAN evaluating this project. And we wanted to know which definition of building envelope to use. So, first slide. Let me do it. Okay. So, this is the same question that staff has proposed, and we asked, as well as a member of the ARB, for the staff to provide examples, and I want to thank the staff for doing so, which is in the attachment H, and I'd like to go through all four of these examples. The first is 278 University, which is a new 4-story building, and it used both a TDR and an on-site bonus. When you do that, that exempts you from the grandfathering rule, so issues like building envelope never arose during the project's review, so that example doesn't actually tell us anything about how the grandfathering law applies. So that one we can just scratch off the list. 317 University used a TDR as well. 270 University used an on-site bonus. So again, neither of these tell us anything about the historical use of building envelope. That leaves just 164 Hamilton. This was the old Craig Hotel, and it was rebuilt in 2005 without any TDR or on-site bonus. And here's from the staff report for that project. It does mention building envelope. It says the new renovations would be constructed within the existing building envelope, except for the enclosure of 2 existing alcoves, light wells due to fire safety issues. Which definition of the law is this using? Well, because the existing alcoves were inside the buildable area, clearly this is using the definition of the outline of the building. That is the definition that's in the code as to the existing mass and volume of the building. And in fact, the person who wrote this was being really scrupulous because they wanted everybody to understand that there was a tiny little exception that the alcoves were outside of that building envelope, but they would be included due to fire safety issues, and it turns out that there's an exemption in the law for fire safety issues. So, back to our scorecard. So there's one definition of the 4 they've given us, one example, which is useful, and that one says that the existing definition in the code is the one they used. So the final score is 1-0 for the historical precedent being the actual definition in the code. Finally, I'd like to just ask that the staff realize that this means that they're okay if they go ahead and rely on historical precedent, because the historical precedents that they've provided favor following the municipal code. Thank you very much.
Doria Suma, to be followed by Annette Glankoff.
Good evening, Mayor Shepard, council members, and staff. I would first like to start off, as I have before, by thanking the applicant for wanting to preserve and improve this really important building. Now let me skip to page 13 in the staff report. This is the start where it says, considering the building envelope as a synonym for buildable area is common as represented by codes from other jurisdictions. Encino provides a diagram explaining the interpretation of the building envelope as follows, and you can see the illustration showing a maximum building height and lot coverage. The staff report says that the building envelope means buildable area of Encino. First thing that's wrong about that is that Encino is not a jurisdiction, it's a neighborhood in the city of Los Angeles. It doesn't have its own zoning code. And second, Encino, even if it had been a city, didn't provide the diagram. The staff gives a link to where the diagram was from, and it's from a homeowners association in Encino. But most importantly, if you look at the Los Angeles zoning code, they seem to use building envelope the way our code has quite clearly written it. And there's a bunch of examples. One is the plan. Here's an example from the LA code. The plan of building envelope shall be submitted showing the height, size, number of units, and approximate location of buildings, driveways, any proposed garden walls. So clearly not the buildable area. Another one is a rendering of an architectural plan of the building envelope shall be submitted with the application. So I want to mention here also, if there was a legal way to do this project, I would not oppose it at all. I don't think the applicant has evil intent, and I would expect the staff to help them in that pursuit. And the last thing I want to say is that I have served on the Development Center Customer Advisory Groups since it started about 4 years ago. So I spend a lot of time with contractors and developers who have thoughtfully tried to think of ways to improve the development process in Palo Alto. And I think one thing that we all agree about is that efficiency should be improved, but I think we all also agree that predictability, consistency, and fairness are very core values for that development process. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Glankoff, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd, council members, and staff. My comments actually align very much with the previous speaker, and I applaud our applicant for trying to upgrade this building. Roxy always builds fabulous buildings that are elegant and well built. Back to the code. Our second president, John Adams, famously wrote that we should have a government of laws, not of men. You have tonight before you a very simple question. Is Palo Alto a government or laws or not? The law, in this case, the Palo Alto Municipal Code, is very clear and precise. Anticipating that that term building envelope may be misinterpreted, our code explicitly defines it. The definition was added to the municipal code as part of the grandfathering ordinance. Clearly, that's the law and alone should govern how you decide the matter. In the staff report and at the first ARB meeting, our planning staff said that they've not followed the code for decades. This makes my heart sink. Our city has touted ourselves as a model of open government, but it's not open government to publish one set of laws and then follow different rules. Did staff ever post these rules? Were they shared with developers only, well outside the public view? Regarding the municipal code, I have long believed if we have rules, we should follow them. If we don't like the rules, we should change them. If the staff did not like the definition of building envelope, they should have asked the council to change it. And I'm glad we're here tonight to do so. The municipal code is objective, not subjective. When staff substitutes their interpretation or their preference as to what law should say, they sidestep council and take away the notion of open government. Throughout our local government, there are countless men and women who strive to enforce the city laws, and I've worked with many. To honor them, we must end the practice of having special rules for developers. We must return to have all city employees and officials uphold the law and be transparent to the public. We must again become a city to be proud of. And thank you for considering these comments. Oh, one more thing. I still don't understand how the FAR in the garage has been converted, per Bob Moss's comments, to being used in the upper story since it's below grade.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I agree with Jeff Levinsky and Doria Suma that there is only one interpretation of the language in the code. It doesn't make sense to say that there are more than one possible interpretation. There is only one interpretation. Staff's interpretation would create surplusage. That is, it would be adding words that don't mean anything because those words already exist in the code. According to the staff report on packet page 744, building envelope interpreted by regulations for setbacks, height and daylight plane, floor area, and lot coverage. But all of those things already exist in the code. Since those already exist in the code, then there's no reason for that language on building envelope to even appear in the ordinance. And if the council meant it to mean something different, then it would put it in the ordinance. And what it means is what Jeff Levinsky and Doria Suma have referred to. Because if we were to believe staff's preferred interpretation, then the words building envelope could be substituted for with the words setbacks, height, daylight plane, floor area, and lot coverage. But those words are already in that part, that section of the zoning code for this zone district. So therefore, that definition wouldn't be in there. It would be extra language which adds nothing to the code. There is only one interpretation. The word building definition is in the code referring to a structure, and the word envelope, in this context, building envelope, the word envelope modifies the word building as it's defined in the code. So it's modifying the structure, not all the possible ways the structure could be built on the site, but referring specifically to that physical structure. So I don't know why it's gotten to this point where you've been given two possible interpretations of your code when you should only have one before you. Now, if staff came with only one and it was the wrong one, I would give you my opinion about that. But to tell you it has two choices and is trying to figure out which one is the right one, the appropriate thing to do is to read the unambiguous language of the code and see what it means. And a key issue, as I've already explained to you, is that if you take staff's definition, then they're essentially saying that the words building envelope are adding words that are already there in the words of setback, lot coverage, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Eric Filseth.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and City Council. I'm Stephanie Munoz. I have sat here and listened as hundreds, literally hundreds of buildings have come before you for changes, always larger, never smaller, always higher, never lower. And the people who have finally gotten these changes have had to actually pay for them with what they call a public benefit. Here we have a building. For 50 years it has been oversized and overheight. It's a nice building. I like the building. But it has enjoyed privileges that other buildings have not enjoyed. It has enjoyed a lack of parking that the citizens and the neighbors and the city hall have had to provide. And they did provide it willingly. It was part of the fabric of the town. Now, it seems to me to be completely unreasonable that anybody should ask to add space to a building which is already oversized, and after being unparked for 50 years, ask to become yet more underparked by adding more offices and cars to park. Rather, I believe that any person who wishes to reconfigure the interior of any building to provide more commercially viable space should be required to put in the needed parking at that time, although that obviously wouldn't be much of a paying proposition for the owner. Remodeling the exterior is also quite unacceptable. I have to wonder if that proposition is thrown in just so the city, in indignantly rejecting it, will be more inclined to be lenient toward the egregiously excessive build out. I do see a concession which would be very desirable for the city at the same time as helping Mr. Rapp, although perhaps not so much as he would like to be helped. The city could concede that all the parking spaces to be built, rather than going into the existing structure, replacing potential office space, could go in the unbuilt corner all the way to the top. If it were completely planted with flowers and vines, it would be a wonderful decorative asset to the neighborhood and very appropriate for the design. I'm sorry to see University Arts go, but time passes. I would hate to see it replaced by an atrocity. I don't think that the privilege of parking should be so easily given away. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Filseth, to be followed by Rita Yurhi.
Thank you. I'm Eric Filseth, and I'm a candidate for City Council. You folks have to make a lot of complicated decisions, but fortunately this one is so simple that it's almost a litmus test. Palo Alto has the worst jobs housing imbalance in the county and the worst inbound traffic commute in the county. This is driven heavily by the increase in downtown office jobs in the last few years. If you believe that we do need greater office density downtown than we have now, and you support what most people believe is the staff's creative interpretation of city code, then you should approve this. If you believe residents do not benefit from more office space downtown and its associated traffic and housing pressure, then you should cite city code and deny the application. How everybody votes on this issue depends on where you stand on density and the letter of city codes. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And Rita, I'm sorry, I cannot read your last name, so if you wouldn't mind helping. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rita Varel. I'm coming to this topic late, but having dealt with the Planning Board and the Architectural Review Board, I wanted to make a comment. You know, there is so much anger in Palo Alto at the City Council, whether it's fair or not, the Architectural Review Board, the City Manager, the Planning Commission, everyone who has seemed to join together the last several years in an increasing amount of overdevelopment. The change on California Avenue, the idea that California Avenue is now going to become the new University Avenue. Well, University Avenue is used by people outside of Palo Alto, and California Avenue was used more by residents. All these large developments. Now the grand jury report on the Arguella, I think that's how you pronounce it, development, and the conversations that were held with him without public notice. You know, I just really hope that the City Council, many of you who I have the greatest respect for, will look at this project and say, do we really want to have another situation that causes the many residents in Palo Alto to just fume? You know, every time you get somebody to come to the City Council, they're probably representing 500 people. There is going to be an election in November, and I think it's going to be very interesting. People are tired of their town, at least they tell me they're tired of their town turning into an overdeveloped area for out-of-town workers and tech people lunching on California Avenue. So people who have spoken before me have said it more eloquently. I think Bob Moss is always spot on, so I think you might be well advised to listen to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have more public comment? Okay. And maybe one more. Ruth Lowry. Lowy. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ruth Lowy. I've lived in Palo Alto and Stanford for about 39 years. And the information that is coming to you as the Council is extremely important. And I think the word that needs to be remembered is residents. We our citizens. We live in Palo Alto, and little by little, your decisions are chipping away at the quality of life that we have enjoyed. So please think about that. Last year, we had Measure D. Recently, Larkspur had their council, residents had their council deny the oversized, excuse me, the oversized building project, and there are other such things. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant now will have 3 minutes in rebuttal, and I have John Hanna speaking for the applicant in rebuttal. Ready? Okay. There we go.
Mayor Shepherd, Council John Hanna. This is obviously a sensitive rehabilitation of a historical building. You need to focus on the fact of the life safety and the matters. If any of you been in that building, I know I used to walk up those narrow stairs to Joe Whedon's dental office on the 3rd floor because I didn't want to take the creaky old elevator. And that was 40 years ago, and I don't think much has changed since then. And the addition of this new stairway elevator is a very important public benefit and a life safety necessity. I wanted to just make a few observations about some of the comments we've had here. Bob Moss just misread the ordinance. He doesn't apparently understand that basements are specifically included and parking is specifically excluded. I've given you a little 2-page handout to help summarize the definitions, which staff has alluded to, which will help you to understand what the issue is here. The adding of parking spaces, 9 parking spaces, this has been referred to as the death of 1,000 cuts. It's not that at all. It's the reverse. You're getting 9 parking spaces that would not otherwise be provided, and you're getting a reduction of 4,300 square feet of otherwise usable, occupiable office space. So you're getting parking you do not now have, and you're getting a reduction in space. It's the exact opposite of what everybody's been complaining about with new buildings that don't park. So in terms of what Mr. Lewinsky said, I forgot Roth. Roth mentioned CEQA. I think staff has already determined that there's an exemption for a historic building from CEQA. And Lewinsky was talking about the interpretation and saying that staff is interpreting the ordinance. It's actually the reverse. What PAN is asking you to do is to change the wording of the ordinance. They're asking you to substitute for building envelope the word building or building structure. And if you read through the definitions, you'll see that it's just not there, that would be a wrongful interpretation by adding words to the ordinance which is not there. So I would urge you to go along with what the staff has ruled. This is not the time to set a new precedent for this building or any other building. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed, so I'll bring this back to council members. Council Member Burt.
Well, first, I want to make sure I understand some of the ramifications of staff's proposed interpretation, and I would disagree with staff's framing of this as whether we want to modify the definition of envelope. It's whether we agree with the interpretation or not. Is it correct that under staff's interpretation, it's really about the floor area, that you can move basement floor area to above ground, and as long as it doesn't break the daylight plane or the height, it has not changed the envelope. Is that your interpretation? So I kind of thought this through and was saying, all right, well, let's take this situation, which has a number of issues around the basement space that pertain directly to this project, and some that probably raise issues that we want to be considering for other downtown patterns. But if you had a building that was principally 1 story above ground and 1 story below ground, but with an element that went up 2 stories. As I read what we have on page 13 of the staff report, or 744 of the packet, that would mean that that entire basement space could be converted above ground, or 90% of it, say, and it would not change the envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we're saying.
Okay. Because that's not what I would have ever interpreted as a building envelope. And I don't think it really passes common sense definition. We have, when I reread the code, it lists a series of the footprint, the increased height, the length, the building envelope, or any other increase in the size of the facility. So we're basically saying, under your interpretation, that the size of the facility is not what's above ground, it's above and below ground. And it's completely fungible whether they move it from below ground to above ground, including what's under our sidewalks. That's basically correct?
We're equating size to square footage, which is not outlandish interpretation. But again, we're clear here. There are 2 interpretations, and this is the council's decision. I mean, if you favor one, that's what we're
and
here
under
to do.
that, when we equate size to square footage, that means that a size of square footage that we can't see is equal to a building envelope that we can see. That what's below ground is equivalent to what's above ground. And that's just beyond my interpretation on it. So also on the parking impact, I mean, what we have here is a situation where the current basement, as I understand it, has been used for storage and maybe some light framing work and things over time. And so now what we're doing is we're converting that area that has been very low intensity use for storage, and we have other circumstances downtown like this that we should be thinking about. And under this interpretation, allowing that it can be converted to office above ground, and then it gets converted from what we're defining as not only floor area below ground, which is a correct interpretation to code, but it then becomes exempt from that floor area calculation when we turn it into parking spaces. So we have 6,000 parking spaces, 6,000 additional square feet above ground. And although I don't agree with some of the claims that that some of the speakers have made about what that office density would be, at our current code, it's 4 per 1,000, and so that's increased demand for 24 spaces above ground and a addition of 9 spaces below ground, and so it's a net increase in demand of parking of 15 spaces. Is that how you would read that or not?
Well, I think it depends on how that basement square footage has been occupied, and maybe the applicant could speak to that better than we. But it was counted as assessed floor area when the parking assessment district was established, which is why it, quote, counts as square footage.
Okay, but so that's a reasonable claim in the actual physical impact it's much more likely that we're actually creating additional parking deficit by this change. That your interpretation of the assessment I take as correct. So, sorry, just one more comment that I just want to make is that I agree with a number of speakers that this project, aside from this issue around the envelope interpretation, I think has a lot of merit to it. And not only does it provide for a rehabilitation of a valuable downtown building, but we know from projects that the applicant has done in this Ramona Street area and elsewhere that we would expect a very high quality project that respects the historic characteristics. And so I want to really acknowledge that. But I do say that for me, it's a much more simple decision. I don't understand how this interpretation of envelope that staff had been using passes muster. And consequently, I won't be supporting that.
Councilmember Klein.
I have a few questions first. On the historic designation, as I understand it, by changing this to Category 2 from Category 3, the applicant would then get 15,000 square feet of transferable space, which has a significant value, and no need to get into the numbers, but we know that they do sell for whatever they sell for. What is it costing the applicant to change the category from the 3 to a 2? Or 2 to 3, whatever it is, sorry. 3 to 2. Or to put it in blunt terms, what does the city get in exchange?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Klein, do you mean what fee is associated with that application for a change in designation?
What's the benefit to the community? We know what the benefit is to the applicant. He gets these TDRs.
Yeah.
What's the benefit to the city? And I don't just mean the fee for applying.
In general, the transfer of development rights program was initiated to give value to historic properties so that they could be rehabilitated and returned to useful life. So that, in a sense, is the benefit that the community would get. The value of the TDR makes the rehabilitation of historic resources more feasible.
I don't read is there anything in here that would require him to make these improvements?
He will only qualify for the TDRs if the historic rehabilitation is completed to the city's satisfaction.
Okay. And have we re-examined whether this is really a fair trade-off?
Councilmember Klein, I think that's a larger question. Obviously, when the council put in place the TDR program, they thought that the value of the TDRs that could be granted was commensurate with the value of the historic buildings.
I know the council thought so then, but that was then, now is now. Yeah. And we're also dealing with a particular site and a particular building. And if we didn't vote to upgrade this to the Cat 2, and it's remained the Category 3, what inhibitions, what problems would the applicant have in redeveloping the site?
Well, perhaps the applicant could best speak to that question.
No, I want what restrictions would we place on the redevelopment of the property if it remained a Category 3?
It would continue to have to conform to the Secretary's standards, but it wouldn't get the benefit of the transfer of development rights that would help finance, presumably, the historic rehabilitation.
So the only thing that the community is getting from the change in category, as I understand it, is an aid to, an assist, if you will, to the developer to go through with his remodeling.
It's an incentive for the owner of historic properties to rehabilitate them in conformance with the Secretary of the Interior standards and return them to useful life.
Okay. Does the city, does the community, does our community get any benefit on future development of a Category 2 as compared to a Category 3 structure?
Well, Councilmember Klein, I feel a little at sea. I think, you know, the purpose of the program is to offer an incentive for historic rehabilitation, and it makes rehabilitation projects more feasible because it confers value on this development right that can be transferred. Without that development right that can be transferred, that value cannot be applied towards the rehabilitation, and it's less likely that the rehabilitation would occur.
Okay, that's enough on that one. I'm not going to cover questions that have already been asked and answered, but I do have one on, with regard to the centennial plaques that are on Centennial Way. I don't see any mention as to what the city's rights are to have our plaques on that wall. And my recollection is that we got some type of license or easement back in 1993, 94.
The applicant proposes to maintain 3 of the plaques on the existing building and relocate the remaining 3 at the university side of the entrance to the walkway. I think the applicant may be able to expand a little bit more upon that, but as I understand it, the plaques themselves, they're not public art, so we don't have any particular mode of regulating them, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So let me have the applicant speak to that.
That's this way to get the full answer.
Okay, but Molly looked like she was about to say something, and I have to put in that I was the chair of the Centennial back there, and I do know for a fact that the Centennial paid a not inconsiderable sum for those plaques. I do not remember what agreement we reached with the owner of the building as to our right to put it there, but I have to believe that we have some type of agreement that we wouldn't just have stuck them on the wall. And so maybe the question first is to our legal department as to whether we've researched this at all.
No, this is Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I haven't researched that issue as to whether there is an existing license agreement or lease agreement for placement of those plaques.
Part of the reason, I think, is that the applicant is proposing to maintain all of these plaques, although some of them will be relocated.
Well, I read that, yeah. I'm not sure that's in our interest, though, as a city.
Let me go ahead and recognize Mr. Rapp to answer this particular question about the plaques. Go ahead.
Larry, I'd like to answer both questions real clear for you. In regards to the plaques, as far as I know, I'm the owner of the building and have not seen any documents or lease, but if that's what you would like, we would definitely give you one. We've already talked to the landlord, Patrick, that has the other building where Conan and Chrome would be, and I'm sure he would do the same. So if the project is approved, you would definitely get some type of thing to be able to make sure that they'll be there for the rest of the life of the building. In regards to handicap and rehabilitation, of the buildings that you were talking about, let's look at the President Hotel. The President Hotel is a building exactly the same as this one, oversized, taller, as tall as this one. It's a beautiful building designed by the same architect. The owner bought that building, and here's what he did. He painted it. That's all he did. He didn't change the rooms, make them handicap, didn't make handicap showers, handicap toilets, handicap stairways, handicap elevators, and the most important thing, and that's the reason that Chuck King sold the building, is the cost of rebuilding it for an earthquake. It's a dangerous building because it has not been brought up to the new earthquake codes. What we're proposing is taking the building, bringing it up to the latest earthquake codes, which is very expensive. Take all the bathrooms on every floor and make them fully handicapped. We would add showers in the basement and put in a new elevator for if someone has a heart attack up on the 3rd or 4th floor, that they can get down. And also have the most important thing is another exit of a stairway. We're putting in a whole new thing. So I think the life safety is one of the most important things here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein. I'm sorry. No, there's...
He was recognized on the plaques. He wasn't recognized to add additional items into the
I'm sorry,
debate,
Mr. Borak,
which the
but
rest of us get a chance to respond to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Borak. We're going to keep order at the meeting right now.
No, he was just out of
council.
order, and that was your responsibility to rule him out of order. Mr. Klein only asked about the plaques.
Councilmember Klein, are you finished?
No.
Okay. Would you like to continue?
I'll glad to continue. In essence, I agree with what Councilmember Burt stated as to the interpretation of this section, though I get there from a little different approach. And let me play law professor just for a moment and say there's hardly ever just one way to read an ordinance or a law. And everybody may think that their way is the only way, but if that was the case, we'd never have any disputes in court. And indeed, if you go back to John Adams, who was quoted earlier, Mr. Adams was a lawyer and a very successful lawyer. And if you look at some of his cases, they're, as is inevitable for a lawyer, they involve interpretation of those laws. Yes, Adams certainly said a nation of a government of laws, not men, but he didn't mean that there was only one way to read a law. We're not that good. We create ambiguities all the time. And sometimes the ambiguities are not so obvious to people who believe passionately one way or another. And just beware of believing that there's only one way. But I believe the staff has misread this ordinance. And one way to approach reading of things is a common sense way. What did the drafters of this really mean? And to me, the key language here is one that hasn't been emphasized, and that is the proposed improvement shall not result in any increase of the height, length, building envelope, which is what we've been talking about a lot, or any other increase in the size of the improvement. And my emphasis is on the words, any other increase in the size of the improvement. And I think everything that goes before it is really just sort of examples of what the drafters were trying to achieve. Also, I don't find much persuasive thought in the idea that if the draftsman of this language had wanted to say building area, they could have said that. I think you could turn that around and say if the drafters had meant building envelope to mean what the staff wants them to mean, they could have said that too, but they didn't. They were ambiguous both ways. But to me, thus I'm guided by the last phrase in the section. And that, I think, comports with what the people had in mind back then. We had to, in effect, grandfather larger buildings in, but we didn't want any increases in the size of the buildings. And recognizing that there was inevitably going to be remodelings for whatever purpose, the ones that Mr. Rapp has mentioned, or just to upgrade for other reasons, fine. But I think the idea really is no increases in the size of the structure. In other words, You could have interior remodels, and so instead of having 4 offices of 250 square feet apiece, then maybe now you'd create one big room of 1,000 square feet and things of that nature. I think that was clearly what was thought to be allowed. Not the trade-off, frankly, of a basement which may meet the definition at the time of square feet, but I don't think that was what most people would think as square footage in a building. They were thinking of what's above ground. That's the valuable square footage. So I think to craft an exception that would allow a trade-off for 6,000 of basement space for 6,000 of second, third, and fourth square footage would strike most people as really an increase in the size of the building. So for those reasons, I will vote to, when we come to it, for an interpretation. I guess you're calling it the first interpretation and not the one that we have before us tonight.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Well, I'm agreeing with both Bert and Klein on this, but again, just to make it really simple at this point, with thanks to Roxy, and he does do great buildings. But in this case, I think what both are saying is larger, and there's no other way to get around it. No matter how elegant we say it, it's larger. And the second part of this is, hearing all the questions tonight, both from both council members who have spoken, this doesn't seem to be quite a cooked project yet. I'm not going to be supporting what has been asked for, including Category 2, which makes me more and more uneasy the more I heard the interpretation. But beyond that, I think this might have had some real possibilities, but I don't think it has the possibility of getting sufficient support tonight to go forward. I want to ask our planning director one question, though. Do you need any motion on this in order for us simply not to accept it? I don't think you do. Kara is looking like... We've been asked to do things. We've been asked to change 3 to 2 on the category. I can't support that given where we are with the TDR exchange. And secondly, we're really being asked an envelope question, but it's clear to me that the envelope question is about the amount of square footage that's going to be above ground. And I think that's what both Pat and Larry have referenced tonight.
Well, Vice Mayor Niss, if I can jump in while the city attorney is researching that, I think we have a situation here in which we have an application that's been submitted. We have to at some point decide on the disposition of that application. It doesn't have to be this evening, but I think if the council is not supportive, that it's a clear indication that the application is not going to be successful, and you could request that the applicant revise, or you could simply deny with your action this evening.
So I think to get this finally on the road where we can speak to it, I would move to both things: deny the application, but also allow the applicant to resubmit more in tune with what he's hearing from the council tonight. And I'm going to look to you, Kara, to see if that's a legit one or if we simply have to deny it, and then the applicant can come forth at another time. Let's keep it nice and clean if we can. I'm not trying to murky it up.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine for you to deny it and, and give an indication to the applicant that you would like to see a revised project.
Then that would be my motion if I get a second to it, as Kara just repeated it. I'm guessing then it's going to be denied. So let's hear from some others, but I think at least 3 of us have given where we are on this item.
Councilmember Holman.
Okay, thank you. And So I'm just going to quickly go through some of the questions that I submitted. The CEQA exemption, and I'm not going to bore in on these at the moment, but I really would like staff to go back and take a look at that. And I understand Dennis Backlund is retiring, but I would be interested in what his interpretation of this is, because I am totally unfamiliar with a 10,000 square foot exemption. And for historic buildings, it just, as I read this, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't comport to me at all. So I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty familiar, and I would like a better explanation of how this applies or not. Question 2 that I had asked had to do with a number of the conditions of approval that were listed. And there were a number of them where they have things that are coming back for approval, either to staff or ARB subcommittee and such. And they included a range of things from street trees to TDM measures. And I asked if this is typical for ARB projects, since we don't see very many of them here. And it said that it referred to these things as minor items. And when I read most of them, I didn't consider them as minor items. And I think a much more public and transparent process, especially, we are tree huggers in Palo Alto. Parking and traffic is a huge issue in this community. So it seems to me for an application to actually go through the ARB process, these things need to be in place. If they are minor, then that's one thing to come back. But I don't think the amount of things that are indicated here as conditions of approval that aren't in place, I don't think it's good practice for me in terms of public process. I'll come back to that one. I had submitted a quote from section 1870-100 titled Non-Complying Facility Replacement. And I did that because I was referring to attachment H. Now, Jeff Levinsky provided something that in a different way shows how, from his perspective at least, that 3 of the 4 examples don't apply to this proposal. From my perspective, when I read that section of the code, it seemed to me pretty darn clear that you can't rebuild a non-complying facility, non-conforming facility as it was, even if it's damaged, which the way I interpret damage is earthquake, fire, whatever. So that's how I read it. But the staff didn't really respond to that. They didn't say how it did or didn't apply. It just said the section of code that applies is the other section that was referenced in the staff report. So I didn't really feel like my question was responded to. And for me, that would apply. And I'm open to somebody saying how it doesn't, but I didn't get that. Roxy deserves a lot of credit. I should say Mr. Rapp deserves a lot of credit for the types of projects that you do here. And you are a long supporter of historic preservation. You do a lot of work with historic buildings. And I think you deserve credit for that. You do good projects. I think in this case, your particular project is a tipping point. And it happens to be that it's your project. It could have happened a long time ago with somebody else's project. But I think because this one has come before us, you happen to be, your done bad luck on this one. Your project happens to be the target. And that's just the way it is. I agree with Speakers Burt and Klein that the staff's interpretation of building envelope, it's not compelling to me. The term building envelope was specifically introduced into code to mean something different, as both Burt and Klein have indicated. There's one thing having to do with category 3 to 2. I think if that wasn't approved, we'd be setting a totally different precedent, and it's a wholly different discussion than around a project such as this, because the project has been identified and qualifies for a category 2 designation. And so not to allow that and not to continue that is really a whole other discussion. I mean, how can we not if it qualifies? And I think there's ample evidence that it does qualify for that. Councilmember Klein says, what does the city get for that compared to what the owner gets? Well, the owner gets quite a lot, but I would say the public gets quite a lot too, because a covenant would be placed on the property. So, and with that covenant, and I need assistance from the city attorney, and we may not get there tonight, may not need to get there tonight, but it's a permanent protection of the building and its retention in the community. And it is a landmark. It is a landmark on a significant corner of a National Register district, the only commercial National Register district we have in all of town. So, you know, for that, I think it is, you know, I think it qualifies. I think it's incumbent on us. What else does the city get? What I need help with the city attorney with at some point in time is what can be imposed with our covenants that really do impose penalties where there is a dereliction of responsibility. We've seen, unfortunately, a couple of incidents in the not too distant past where historic buildings have been significantly demolished or completely demolished, and the penalties have not been very significant. And in the code, it says, you know, that one of the penalties would be to rebuild the historic building. Well, you don't rebuild a historic building. I mean, Hillary Gittleman knows that. Once it's gone, it's just gone. It's an impossibility. The other thing that the applicant gets, I hope you would be applying for, and I didn't notice in here, but you would get the TDRs, which now have to be parked. But also I would hope that you'd be applying for a historic tax credit for a rehabilitation of this size. I would hope that you would be. It's one of the major incentives to restoring historic buildings, and this is one that surely would qualify for that. Centennial Walk plaques, I absolutely agree with Councilmember Klein. I think disrupting the configuration of those plaques as they are now is really eroding that historic feature that was put there in honor of our bicentennial, or of our centennial. The building could be rehabilitated without the above grade addition as it's being proposed, and the fire egress could be provided anyway, so that one doesn't apply on the other. And could we, excuse me, it's hard to think when. And one of the two other things I want to just bring up quickly here are there is on page, and this is to both the HRB and the ARB, as well as staff and all of us, just a reminder, on packet page 735, about a little more than halfway down, it talks about the building's innovative approach to massing and facade design. And it quotes here, the gabled roof varies slightly in height and pitch to create illusion that the building comprises different elements constructed over time. The building's south elevation faces Ramona Street and was designed to appear as if it were two separate buildings, with the left or west section slightly lower than the right and east section. The varying roof pitches on the Hamilton Avenue facade also create the illusion of three separate buildings. And this is what whether a building is modern or Spanish colonial revival or whatever it is, this kind of building articulation that breaks up the mass and has pedestrian scale and something that people can relate to as not being overpowering in mass and scale, I think Burge Clark set forth an example here. It's one of the examples that I always refer to in breaking up mass and scale. And yeah, the above grade versus below grade, I think Councilmember Burt spoke to that pretty clearly. And I guess after there is a motion, we'll have wrap-up comments, but those are my comments to this point in time. Thank you.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. It's really an interesting discussion. And there clearly are two interpretations, and I think I suffer from the same thing that Councilmember Klein does, which is, as lawyers, you see it, and I come down the same way, is that we need a interpretation that resonates with the community, that is the common sense one. And it's really feels like you're twisting in a pretzel. I mean, I understand how you got there, and it's not a criticism of staff, but it really does. So I, too, could not support the definition. And I think it's also the sense of reality versus fiction. And the reality of the situation is you have a basement that's not really used. And then it's not office space. And then what you're going to do is you're going to convert that to office space, bring in a bunch more people, and it's not going to be parked. So it feels like you're going, you need 20-some parking spaces, and you're only providing 9. And I understand that it's part of paying into the district, but it feels like one of those parking loopholes that we just went through and closed, where you build new office space and you don't have to park it. And I think that's a concern for the community, and it's a concern for the council. So when we come to the category 2, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly because there seemed to be some confusion of it, is that we have an ordinance that basically gives people an incentive to rehabilitate their existing buildings. And by moving to a category 2, as Councilmember Holman rightly said, you sign a covenant, you agree to a bunch of conditions, and you rehabilitate the building. And you make it earthquake safe, as Mr. Rapp indicated. You go through that process, and it's an expensive process, and we're looking for incentives for people to do that. And in fact, it's interesting how far we've come. When we first raised the issue of let's get rid of the parking for the TDR, the concern was, among some council members, that people wouldn't have the ability or the incentive to rehabilitate their buildings. So that's the rule. And I think one of the things that when we talked about, I forget which speaker it was, I think it was Annette, who said, you know, we're a city of laws. And I think that's really important. So I think that we would have to go ahead, unless we change it, and go to a category 2, if that's what the developer is asking for, and get the TDRs. So I actually wanted to ask the developer, given that I don't think there's going to be support for doing the transition from the basement, what would you like tonight? Would you like to be denied and with an opportunity to come back? Would you like us to approve? And what does it mean to approve the category 3 to the category 2? Because you have to have a project and you have to have all of that. So I guess I'm looking for what you would like to see come out of this council, given where we are in terms of the interpretation. Yes, could I ask the...
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and allow, please stick to the question at hand.
I'm going to stick right to the question.
Yes, thank you.
Because it's an historical district, and I believe 85% of all the buildings, except for the one I did on the corner of University and University and Ramona, 250 University, and the one that Yosh owns right across the street, the old hair salon, are all in category 2. So I think it's, to keep it nice and clean for that district and this building the way it is, it's real important to make it a category 2. And I'll just do the best job I can. It sounds like I'm not going to get the addition, but you're not going to get the building the way I like to do it, but it's okay.
Did that answer your question?
So it didn't. So let me just ask the planning director then. So he has a project that will look different if we don't approve the additional square footage.
Yes.
So does he come back through the process, at which point we approve the category 3, or do we approve approve going from category 3, or do we say, does the motion look something like this? We approve going to category 2 if he provides all the rehabilitation that you're supposed to provide, and then comes back to a project and we're looking at this interpretation. I mean, what direction should we be given?
Mayor Shepherd, we do have a motion here that I think is what you've given me. One of the motions you gave me was to approve the proposed reclassification of the building from Category 3 to Category 2 historic resource, enabling the generation, of course, of the 15,000 square feet. Now, just by moving it, you get that generation, if I'm correct, and then he does not get this TDR until the building is finished with the rehabilitation at a Category 2 level. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. That allows me to clarify something that's been said a couple times about the restriction. Once the building, if the building is redesignated from Category 3 to Category 2, it qualifies for the TDRs, but the building has to be rehabilitated to enable that, to create the TDRs, and that's when the covenant is placed on the building, after the rehabilitation. So I think staff's recommendation is that you move forward with the redesignation from 3 to 2, independent of what is proposed about the project, because that's about the building itself and the building's significance. And the second thing the council could do is either deny the proposal and ask the applicant to resubmit a modified proposal, or I think if we think creatively, you could approve the proposal with the elimination of the rear addition and actually approve the project with quite a significant change this evening. Different interpretation of building envelope and not allowing the applicant to relocate the square footage from the basement to the rear addition. Now, the applicant will have to tell us if that can be done, but you could make that, take that action this evening. Or again, you could simply do the redesignation and ask the applicant to resubmit a modified project.
So I'd like to ask the applicant if that could be done.
Thanks, Greg. My partner and I just talked, and I think the easiest thing for the city council and for us to really step back and take a look at this and see how we're going to come back to you or go back through the process is just to continue it. Thank you.
So you don't want the designation tonight, you just want us to continue the project?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move that we continue the project.
Would you like to speak to your continuing motion, to your motion to continue?
Yes, I'll speak to my motion to continue. I think the project on the whole is a good project. I think rehabilitating these buildings is important. I think that earthquake safety issues, I think that it's a good project. I think the problem is that it doesn't really follow the rules in the way I think most people would interpret them. And so I'd like you to come back with a project, clearly without, the additional square footage moving from the basement to the upper floors. I believe that we're taking that off the table, frankly. I don't have any reason to believe that's not off the table. And I think at that point, we would give you the designation from 3 to 2. I think that's in our code, and I think that's part of it. But that's why I think we should go ahead and continue since you asked for it.
Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second?
And I really appreciate Councilmember Scharf bringing it forward in such a way that the applicant is able to say the best idea tonight is to continue it. As I said the first time, I just don't think it's quite cooked. I think we have more discussion on Category 3 to 2, and we have more discussion on what envelope will be applied here. And I think we're actually getting to an answer, Mr. Rapp, believe it or not. But continuing it tonight makes the most sense. And I appreciate your suggesting that. I appreciate Councilmember Scharf going ahead with that. And we'll look forward to what returns to us. And I hope the plaques are provided for when you return.
Councilmember Berman.
So I want to preface my comments by saying that I think our city staff works incredibly hard, does an incredibly good job, and I agree with them 90 to 95% of the time. But this isn't one of them, and I appreciated the arguments made by Mrs. Suma and Mr. Levinsky, both here and in my meeting with them, and I find them very compelling. As well as the comments from some other members of the public and from my colleagues tonight. I'll keep my comments brief because I know a lot's already been said and we have another big item coming up. I like this building. I think it's a good-looking building. I think in a different time, in a different town, under a different code, it would be a great building. But today in Palo Alto, with our code, it doesn't work. And so I appreciate the applicant I hope that he does bring back a proposal to change the designation from Category 3 to Category 2. I think the historic rehabilitation and seismic retrofitting of these historic buildings is a value add to our community, and I would support that when it comes back. But I understand the need to step back and kind of reevaluate the totality of the situation. So I think that makes a lot of sense, and I'll look forward to the discussion at that time.
Councilmember Schmidt, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yes. I think the discussion tonight is extremely important and meaningful for our city. The issue as it came up, if you look at the first sentence of the staff report, says the HRB, the ARB, and staff recommend. Now, actually, if you go back to the minutes of the HRB and the ARB, they both said that the key issue, the envelope issue, was not in their purview, which meant that it was just staff recommending. And yet, once you read what staff finally said, they said, oh, there are two interpretations of the law that ultimately the city council would decide. So for me, the most important lesson here is the council had discretion. That hasn't happened on very many development projects. Council has discretion. That means instead of just interpreting whether an application fits into the law, you could look at the wider context of what this meant, looking not just at property rights, but at public rights. So what does that mean? That means that we can go back to the issue of parking. One of the impacts of this project is on parking. And I recall this 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, council passed an emergency ordinance, the only one I've experienced over the last 6 years, on parking in the downtown, saying this is an emergency situation. Over the last 2 years, there's been a number of other council decisions talking about parking. What should we do with parking? Now, the issue here, the reason that came up, is we had a project where the usable retail space declined by 25%, usable office space increased by 25%, and the total usable space went up by 11%. Had parking impacts in the downtown, that area the council had already identified as needing an emergency ordinance. A month ago, we came out with a development cap evaluation, and it had some important figures in it. Said the way we calculate parking in the downtown consistently underparks the area. It says there should be 14.4 thousand parking places to handle the non-residential properties there. In the downtown itself, there are 4.9 thousand parking places, both on-street and off-street. If you take the whole area, surrounding area, there's 8.9. Now, those two numbers don't mix, and we can't talk about it because it goes back to a 1986 parking study that we are living with, and we have compounded that problems over time. So this is one particular
problem with a limited number of parking places. But every time a project comes through in the downtown area, we are under parking it. So, critical question, before this project or other projects come back, I think it is incumbent on city staff or our Palo Alto to address the underlying issue. Who's responsible for the underparked downtown? Who benefits and who pays?
Thank you. Councilmember Price, would you like to speak to this motion?
The motion for continuance and other points, I'll make the other points as well. I will be supporting the continuance. However, I did want to make a few comments about the project. I actually support the application and support the work of the staff and feel that your interpretation of the building envelope has merit. And I wanted to say that I think we have to be very careful. There are a few comments that were made here I just wanted to clarify. People are concerned about transparency and open government. And when I look at the minutes and I look at all of the discussions over all of these weeks and months, I see extensive HRB discussion. I see extensive Architectural Review Board discussion. I see ample opportunities for the community members to engage in this discussion. So I find it troubling when people are making a suggestion that we're not open to people's comments and concerns. The other issue is I wanted to get a clarification. There have been many comments made about the use of the basement space. Now, as I understand it, at least some of that basement space is now being used for office. It's not just storage. Is that correct? Could someone clarify that for me?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I need to recognize you again.
Sure, no problem.
Go ahead and answer the question about how the basement is being used. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. That's your question?
Yes. University Art had a manufacturing process in the basement, had employees putting together frames. They had a sales office in the basement that did outside sales from the basement. And many times customers are brought down there to pick out big, huge pieces of framing that they wanted to do and they wanted. So the basement has been used not only for storage, but for manufacturing or putting things together, and for office, for sales staff, and also for selling.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
No cars.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is, in the evolution of this project, was there a lot of discussion about any other ways to eke out additional parking by using a valet parking, or how constrained is the space in that area that would the original proposal wanted to, that we're addressing here in terms of parking?
Yes, Claire Campbell, Senior Planner. We did discuss the layout for the parking garage with our transportation staff, and we were trying to see if we could get more parking within that area. But basically, because of the existing conditions with the columns within the garage and the placement of the core of the elevator, et cetera, there was no way to get more spaces carved out other than having them use a valet program when they do have tenants in the building. But that might just be a few more, but basically there really is not much space available.
So what you're saying, tandem parking also would not probably be feasible? The stack parking, it just sounds like it's a difficult area to deal with. Right. So I think there are a lot of benefits with this project. I won't go into all of them. I think the architectural work, the design, the elements, the thoughtful consideration, it really would showcase the Spanish colonial revival work by Burge Clark, and I think it shows a very imaginative and positive use of space. I think the broader evolution of downtown, we need to continue to be really conscious of the kinds of things we're rehabilitating and we're preserving. The issue of actually upgrading and rehabilitating buildings is very critical in terms of the long-term evolution of the downtown. And I think if we continue to have parking be the driver at a time when we're also trying to introduce transportation demand management, we recognize the issue of mobility is very important. But if a building life is 30 or 40 years, we're going to have very different parking issues, peer-to-peer, other kinds of, people embracing transportation demand management. I think we have to be very careful about using the older paradigms in terms of the way people use transportation and achieve mobility now. So I think it's most unfortunate we're at this point. Again, I thought the benefits to the community would be a beautified Burge Clark building that is done with sensitivity, with artistic approach and an architectural approach that would be very, very compelling. And whatever happens with this project, I hope that the key elements of that are embraced, because we want our buildings to be attractive. We want them to be useful over the next 30, 40, 50 years, long after many of us are not on the City Council. So again, I thank the staff for the work and all of the review boards. I think this is most unfortunate we're at this point. And I flip-flopped all the way until about, an hour and a half ago. The other point is the safety and the life safety issues. I think that is critical in terms of the utilization of this kind of a building, and I think that cannot be minimized. And this would be another advantage of this. And I did think it was a very creative proposal, and I'm quite disappointed. I can count and I can see what's happening. So there you go.
Mayor Shepherd, if I could interject, we've been having some discussion here about what it would mean to continue this item, and for the council's benefit and the public's benefit, I thought we should explain if this motion passes, what would transpire.
So we're going to presume we think we know, but you may want to expand on that.
Okay. So to clarify, what we thought is that there would be some discussion among staff and the applicant. The applicant will submit a modified proposal. Then the staff will analyze that and determine whether that proposal should go back through the ARB process. If we don't think that's necessary, then we can bring it directly to council, but the modification might trigger some additional need to go back to the ARB, in which case we would then just send it directly to the ARB rather than returning to council directly.
Thank you. Before I go back out for other lights, I want to ask a few questions myself. When I was going through this, first off, thank you very much for bringing this building envelope conversation to council. I think that Councilmember Holman said it eloquently. This is a tipping point. Last year, we did approve some minor expansion to the Pacific Art building right across the street here so that they could rehabilitate. And they have some square footage there that is now office space, but they also have an elevator that they did not have. It's a very significant building downtown Palo Alto. And for me, this is my favorite building, the University Arts building. I am going to be supporting a motion eventually to turn this into a Category 2, because I certainly hope that we get that kind of rehabilitation to the building so that it stays here for good. But I did notice in the application that in order to exchange this square footage, that the applicant was willing to fill in underneath our street. And I wanted to understand what that meant, and because we're having some problems with our street and settlement, and so that would eliminate some of the square footage in the basement. And I wanted to know if you could explain to me, staff, what exactly that type of procedure was going to be about, and how much square footage that was, and what the use, how that would be a benefit to the city.
Yes, thank you. So the area underneath the two different sidewalks is approximately 2,050 or so square feet, and the city is definitely supportive.
Two different sidewalks. Can you please just be a little more descriptive? The sidewalk, is this Centennial Way that we're talking about, or the street sidewalk?
Underneath the street sidewalk. So
Ramona, all the way across the building. Okay.
So Ramona and Hamilton.
And Hamilton.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the city is supportive of filling this in because we've had a lot of maintenance issues with the sidewalk and problems with water and leakage and things like that. So the city does support having it filled in. So the plan is to, and as I understand it, is to fill it in with the dirt and wall it off so that it's completely inaccessible. And then it'll also make it available for street trees to be planted along those two street frontages.
And so that was part of the square footage that wanted to be brought up above. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In that case, I would just like you to know, staff, that I think that replacing that square footage in order to try to do some of the retrofit that's going to have to happen with the elevator and the stairwell and the emergency components, I think that I would be fine with seeing that relocated up above so that we could get some of that retrofit in. I think that we allowed for some of that across the street here, and I would like to be consistent with that. So if we're actually getting something for the city so that we can have street trees there and also not have engineering problems with our sidewalks, I think that that would be a benefit to us. And so I'm not sure if that's possible, but I did notice that there was things that did need to kind of protrude out in order to do some of this retrofit if he brings it up to the current state that we need in order for emergency response into the building. And with that, I'll look forward to it coming back. And I think you've got my comments as to where I am on this at this point in time. I think that at this point that there are not a lot of buildings where this building envelope is going to have to be critical to whether or not they'd make improvements or not. I think the wall for me is whether or not that building can get retrofitted seismically correctly and still keep the historic building. Many people, when the one citizen was going and showing us the Radio Shack store and the University Arts building, which one do you like better? Of course, I always like, the University Arts building, but it's way over a 50-foot height limit, and yet it's just so interesting to look at and to wonder about how this got created. And I like the story that you have in the staff report about how it did get created, so that was very, very fun to read. Councilmember Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. The city attorney has answered my questions which really go to the question of whether we should vote to continue or vote to deny, and I think that they've crafted something that's somewhere between the two of them. Is that fair?
Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, first a question, and then I think I may have an amendment for the motion. But under our current calculation of the downtown cap, and Councilmember Schmidt mentioned that we're in this process, were basements included in the commercial area throughout the downtown when we calculated what is the baseline for the downtown?
Councilmember Burt, I do not know the answer to that off the top of my head. Some of these basements were included as assessed square footage for the parking district, so I've always assumed that they were counted in square footage, but I would have to confirm that.
Okay, and I'm guessing they are too, but I think it's an important distinction. Second, I just want to comment that I think this project has prompted us to need to think about the conversion of basements which have been largely retail supporting, but not defined retail space. But for the most part, historically downtown, those basements were to support the ground floor retail, and we've been having conversions to office. And I think it's something we're going to need to consider, and I plan to bring that up under a different initiative. But I want everybody to think about that's basically shrinking our functional retail area and not parking that new space when it gets converted from very light use, storage and minimal use, to high intensity use. And we've missed that concept, and I think we need to think about it. And then this leads to the motion because Mayor Shepherd's comment about what she'd like to see on the sidewalk, I think about us being able to eliminate the basement on the sidewalk, yeah, that would be beneficial, but that would not be permitted under this revised definition of the envelope. And so that contradicts it, and consequently, I think we need to have that clarification in the motion. And so I would offer an amendment that the more restrictive definition of envelope be part of the motion.
Yes, and that's actually why I put my light on as well, because I think we need to clarify that in this.
Which is therefore the more conservative.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And we'll
because I think it's important to clarify that so there's no confusion, because I just noticed, it's just to continue, and I wouldn't want there to be any confusion with staff on
That's right. And that goes to the second thing, because I don't want the applicant to have ambiguity and get yanked through the system again, anybody thinking we were giving one set of guidance and instead it comes back a second time and we go, no, that's not what we meant. And that also
Can I just ask a question, though, before you keep going? There is some square footage that they did want to put in inside the building. So it wasn't always building out, it was actually inside the building. And so that's where there is some ambiguity, you're right.
I'm only clarifying this definition of the envelope. And if there is some other way in which the applicant comes back with a proposal that addresses other issues and complies with this, we'll look at that, and staff will look at that. The other thing is this question about whether we should move forward with agreement that it would be a Category 2 project tonight, or building, that it qualifies for that. Because otherwise the applicant's going back and having a whole plan based upon that assumption, and we haven't given any guidance there. So maybe before I offer that as an amendment, am I missing something? I want to ask staff, because my notion would be that we should give that guidance tonight so that we don't go back and have ambiguity there.
Well, Councilmember Burt, obviously that's the council's, if that's the council's direction, that would be terrific. I think all of us have thought that it is deserving of a Category 2. One thing you should be aware of is that that's the action that brought this project to the council instead of being approved at the director level. If the council were to complete the redesignation this evening and the applicant submitted a revised proposal, that proposal could be reviewed at the ARB and potentially approved at the director level, not having to come back to council except on appeal.
I see. So then I think I'm glad I asked you for that clarification. So in that, with that clarification, we'll leave it as it is then, and I won't offer an additional amendment, but I think that the applicant has heard that there is an inclination to support the Category 2 designation. And I do want to state that this is the same principle that we are a city of rules and laws, and when an application complies with the requirements for Category 2, we may think that at some point in time we may want to reconsider how generous the TDRs are, but that shouldn't come into play here. If this application complies with it, then they qualify for those TDRs. Whether we think that's the right rule going forward is another question. So that's all my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, Carl Silver addressed mostly one of the questions I was going to ask, which is about what does continue mean? And you said depending on what the project looks like, that it might go back to the ARB. What about the HRB?
Yes, I should have added the HRB as well. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, all right. Just so that we're all on the same page with this. Not at this point in time will I try to add this to the amendment, but Councilmember Burt alluded to the basement issue. And I've had for some time a similar issue because even when I was on the Planning Commission, I was being told, or we were being told, that people were filling in their basements because they were then being counted as part of FAR. And these basement spaces do serve, just as Councilmember Burt said, they're ancillary support space for retail. And if we keep losing or converting all of this basement space, we're going to really have de minimis retail. Retail has to have storage. So that's an issue I think staff needs to be aware of and bring forward. I would also like to see staff bring forward, so that we don't go through this again, either the public or we or an applicant. I would hope that the staff would bring forward clarification of the definition of building envelope, and the same with grandfathering. It's just comments. Do you have a comment? I'm sorry.
So, Councilmember Holman, the council will have done that tonight with its action. The interpretation that you're giving to building envelope in this ordinance will apply to similar projects going forward.
The interpretation will, but the code won't. So I'm wanting
that the meaning that you're giving it is a permissible interpretation of the present words of the code. So we can issue some kind of regulatory guidance that confirms what the council has done, but that's essentially the action that you're taking tonight, and it doesn't require a code amendment.
I guess it's my comfort level, okay? so that going forward, when we have different staff, they know how it's being interpreted. So,
and that's of course permissible. I just wanted the council to understand this is not an ad hoc decision. It's an interpretation of the law, which will then apply on a going forward basis. And we of course could add additional clarifying language consistent with what you're indicating.
Which I would like to see. And then there's also the issue of grandfathering, which also comes up here and has come up in a prior project too. So, getting clarification around some of those issues that have been like, what's this mean? So nobody really knows for sure. So it's open to broad interpretation. So I think it's really important, and the reason I support those actions that I hope staff will come forward with is because one of the members of the public talked about expectation. And I've often said, code is about providing a reasonable right of expectation. And I think that's really, really important. And it is a fairness test for both the public and the applicant and staff. It's not nice for us to be sitting here and having staff in this position either. We want to be able to support staff, but sometimes we disagree. So I think the best clarity that we can get, everybody wins with that. So I think it also helps support trust because it eliminates some of this like, well, what's really going on here and how come I don't feel like I'm being treated fairly? Whether you're an applicant or the public, it's like, it's a matter of trust, and to have good community, you have to have trust. So I think the more clarity we can provide in our code instead of leaving it open to, such broad interpretations, I think will really support that in the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Scharf?
No, I had my light on to clarify that we needed the amendment Councilmember Burt made.
Okay. In that case, we have a motion to continue and to incorporate the more restrictive description of the building envelope. Let's go ahead and vote.
Do you mean a more restrictive or the more restrictive? I hate to be...
A more restrictive description to incorporate a more restrictive...
It should be
the.
Out of the two alternatives.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think we need to characterize it, just saying that's the interpretation we're adopting.
Yes. Okay. And this motion passes with Councilmember Price voting no. In this case, I'd like to take just a 5-minute break. And for those who would like to chat that are moving out from this item and not staying for the next item, if you could take those conversations into the lobby, we're going to have another public hearing in about 5 minutes at 9:15, at 20 after 9.
Well,
So we're going 20 minutes off.
To take up tonight, it is another public hearing. Karen, could you turn off this mic? What's that? Thanks. If we can get settled. Right. We've got some presentations to load. We've got a little bit of settling to do here, but we are going to be taking up another item, and we have some words. So, Fred, go ahead and keep working on your item. So we have, this is the item called the Mayfield Project. This is where Stanford has an MOU with the city from 2005 to do homes over in the research park. And first, before we start, I think we might have a disclosure that Councilmember Klein would like to announce.
Oh, I'm jealous.
I'm going to marry someone who works at Stanford.
Councilmember Klein?
I will not be participating in this item because my wife is a Stanford faculty member, and this concerns Stanford University to the extent of at least $100,000, and therefore under state law I cannot participate.
So does this mean that he doesn't have to do anything? He gets to go on break?
He can go home.
He can go home.
This is break time for, there's nothing else on the agenda that Councilmember Klein needs to be back for, so. And this is on Stanford campus, Stanford property. So, once again, under our procedures, this is a quasi-judicial item that requires council members to disclose any outside context they have had related to this item and identify any information they learned that is outside the public record. Councilmember Berman.
So I met with representatives from Stanford University at their request. I did not learn anything outside of the public record. We didn't technically talk about the issues at issue today, but they gave me an overview of the project. I'd invited the appellant to meet, and he politely declined.
Does anybody else have any disclosures? Councilmember Price?
Several weeks ago, I met with representatives of Stanford University, discussed the project, and there was no additional information that's not in the public record.
All right. I'd like to also disclose that I did meet with Stanford officials as well on the maps portion of this, not on the appeal, to get just a layout like others, I guess, with the project. And there's nothing that I learned from them that is not of the public record. As a matter of fact, the public record is much more expansive and extensive. All right, there are no other disclosures. Council members. Now we will hear the item. This item relates to a housing development project that was the subject of a 2005 development agreement between the City of Palo Alto and Stanford University. In order to make sure that all related issues are before the council in a single item, staff has combined the public hearing on the Architectural Review Board appeal and the Director's appeal, I think is the way we're terming this, since it's not an ARB appeal, it's an appeal from the Director, and the subdivision map. For this reason, we will provide both the appellant and the applicant 3 additional minutes to speak. I will summarize the process we will follow for hearing this item. First, there will be a staff report. Then the applicant, Friend Ballin, will have up to 13 minutes to present his appeal, followed by the applicant, who will have up to 13 minutes to present to council. The appellant and the applicant can reserve some of this time for rebuttal if they like. We will then go to public comment. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. The appellant will then have 3 minutes left and any remaining time from the initial presentation for rebuttal, followed by the applicant, who will also have the same amount of time, 3 minutes plus whatever's remaining. At that point, the council will ask questions and entertain motions on the item. So staff, I think we're ready for the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I'm Hillary Gittleman, the city's planning director, and I'm joined by Jody Gerhardt of our staff, who's going to give staff's presentation this evening. We will keep it brief due to the lateness of the hour, but we'll be prepared to answer detailed questions as we go along this evening.
So thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jody Clark, Senior Planner for the city.
The project before you tonight is the Mayfield California Avenue project, which is located at the southwestern end of California Avenue. At your June 9th meeting, it was decided to hear this project de novo, meaning the council may consider input and evidence that they received this evening, as well as information that was on the record from previous hearings. Staff so far has processed an ARB application and a tentative map application for this 17-acre site that is currently developed with 3 office complexes. The proposed project would replace these with 68 single-family homes and 112 multifamily homes, including a community center, fitness center, swimming pool, and approximately 2.7 acres of usable open space. The tentative map would subdivide the existing 3 parcels into 68 single-family lots, 2 condo lots, and 13 parcels for private street and common areas for a total of 83 parcels. The architecture review application does include 11 different single-family house floor plans with 29 different architectural styles. This was done to create a diverse feeling along California Avenue. And you can see we have a diagram here that shows California Avenue. All of the detached homes would have 2-car garages, and the 2 multifamily buildings would provide 2 parking spaces for each unit in below-grade parking. The tentative map would subdivide the property into 83 parcels, including private interconnected streets that would access California Avenue at 3 locations that align with the existing streets of Amherst, Bowdoin, and Columbia. These would create safe intersections for all modes of transportation. The land uses and densities proposed for this project were approved back in 2005 when the city and Stanford entered into the Mayfield Development Agreement. Under the terms of this agreement, Stanford constructed soccer fields at the corner of Page Mill Road and El Camino Real. In turn, they were provided with vested rights to relocate non-residential units away from the College Terrace neighborhood and to build 250 housing units on 2 sites. The first site is the subject property we're discussing tonight, and the second site has been approved for 70 below market rate housing at 2550 and 2500 El Camino Real. It's important to note the construction of these homes will help the city meet its regional housing needs allocation and reduce the pressure on the city to identify new sites for housing as part of the housing element. The development agreement also provided a streamlined process for the housing. It specifically limits the city's purview for architecture review to the following 3 project elements. We're to determine the project's compliance with the AS2 development standards and architecture review findings. Number 2, review and approve the lighting, noise, landscaping, and selection of exterior materials and finishes of the buildings and other structures. 3, limit the review to the California edge of the property to determine if the project approximates the horizontal rhythm of the building's to side yard setback and facade areas, including the relationship of the first and second stories, and reflects the eclectic nature of the design of the residence on the north side of the street. In moving this project through the planning review process, staff has taken it to ARB on March 20th, at which time they recommended approval. During this hearing, the applicant and the neighborhood both asked for additional time to review the conditions of approval. And after several discussions and emails with these groups, the director approved the project with revised conditions of approval on April 18th. This approval was subsequently appealed, which is why you're hearing it tonight. For the tentative map, the Planning and Transportation Commission recommended approval on May 28th. As noted in the staff report, many of the issues raised in the appeal also relate to the tentative map, which is why it makes sense to consider these items together. This slide lists the issues raised on appeal, as well as other issues that have been raised during or since the ARB's hearing on the architecture review. Staff has included responses to these issues in the staff report, and we are prepared to provide further detail in response to council member questions. We did receive a few council member questions earlier this morning, and those have been responded to in a brief memo that you should have found at places this evening. Shown here is the motion staff is recommending for council's action this evening, which includes upholding the director's decision and approving the tentative map. While this concludes staff presentation, we would like to reserve the opportunity to respond briefly at the end of the public comment if needed. And again, we are prepared to go into more detail regarding our responses to the issues raised if council would like. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare that the public hearing is open. And if the appellant would like to speak, please come forward. You will have up to 13 minutes. Yes, remember, since we're combining the two parts, the appeal and the maps, then staff has worked out a way for them to have a little extra time.
While we're waiting, Mayor Shepherd, Council, I wanted to acknowledge the assistance we've received from the Fire Marshal and the Fire Department on this project, and I know that the Fire Marshal is here this evening if you have questions as we get further into this item.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. Mayfield, Upper California Housing Development, safety in and outside. The areas of the appeal are on the fire code, congestion on Columbia Street, garage mirrors, and safe routes to school. Your authority under this is a development agreement requirement for a site-specific circulation analysis for review by the city's traffic engineer, and they shall impose any conditions imposed by the city based on the analysis and review that are permitted by this agreement. An additional area related to the site circulation is trip generation that I'll discuss. The tentative map issues I'll include, if I have time, are missing sidewalks and narrow travel lanes. And your authority under the tentative map is that this is state law. Comp plan consistency is required. You can't use the charter city loophole. Public health and safety, streets, widths and alignments, rights of way, fire roads, traffic access. Fire code. Here's a schematic of the project. You will see building outlines, driveways, and streets. Here's California Avenue. Here's Columbia Street. Here's driveway A. Here's driveway B. This is ordinance number 5223. The California Fire Code 2013, and various appendices, including Appendix D, unamended, adopted November 18th, 2013, by this council 9-0. This is Appendix D, fire apparatus access roads. This is the section that deals with dead-end streets. Dead-end fire apparatus access roads in excess of 150 feet shall be provided with width and turnaround provisions in accordance with the table below, 151 to 500 feet, turnarounds of a 120-foot hammerhead, a 60-foot Y, or a 96-foot diameter cul-de-sac. What do they look like? 96-foot diameter cul-de-sac, 60-foot Y, 120-foot hammerhead, and here's the alternative. Back to the project. Driveway A, driveway B. You need a turnaround here, and you need a turnaround here on these dead-end streets. In response, the city stretches logic, combining two dubious arguments in a convoluted chain. Staff report, page 5. A generally accepted interpretation of Appendix D considers fire access roads those portions of the road or driveway needed for fire vehicles to reach a pre-connect hose distance of the structures on the site. There is not a single word in the fire code that supports this. Not a single word. Next, to complete the fire code workaround, staff tacks on a stipulation from the municipal code. Staff report, page 5, Municipal Code Section 15.05.110 further establishes 150 feet as the maximum distance from the exterior wall of the building to the fire vehicle access road. This is wording from the California Fire Code that the city adopted. It is in Section 503, the fire apparatus access road section. This is the section that is referred to in the staff report. It is irrelevant to the turnaround requirement, which is clearly stated right here. This is the turnaround requirement. Dead-end fire apparatus access roads in excess of 150 feet in length shall be provided with an approved area for turning around fire apparatus. Here are the turnarounds. Section 503 has been in the city's code for many years and provides parameters for various aspects of the fire apparatus access road. But D gives greater specificity, and that's what D does. Let's move on. What is this? This is a fire access map. It's a little weird, but let's get some more information. Here are the streets, Amherst, Dartmouth, and Columbia. Here are the fire hydrants on the streets. They should radiate out about 150 feet. Those little dotted lines, here. That's where the water reaches. Not much over here on driveway A and B, or above here in the Muse area. You can't really reach there directly from a hose. You've got to use a truck to go in there. Back to the project. Driveway A, driveway B. Needs a turnaround. Needs a turnaround. But in order to create better coverage for those fire hoses and to create access for trucks to come in more quickly, there should be a road here and a fire hydrant maybe there. Backtrack. Now, I am just an interested and concerned resident who, with his wife, has hired an experienced consultant, conducted research, and communicated with a number of others more knowledgeable. So if you are inclined to accept staff's reasoning, consider this. The safest way to go is full compliance with the express words of the fire code. Because in the unfortunate circumstances of a major fire and the city and the applicant are sued, this is a complete defense. Do you want to take a chance that some jury will agree to the decision to adopt a lesser standard, which is not in full compliance with the fire code? And if you don't agree, ask the city's excess liability carrier which standard they recommend. Let's move on. congestion on Columbia Street. How will the traffic come out of this project? Well, let's look. We're going to get 20 cars coming down here on Amherst Street. 13 might come down here, this other stretch of Amherst Street, down towards Bowdoin. There'll be about 6 coming out over here. Well, 6 will come out over here on Columbia from this cross street, 9 over here, 10 over here at driveway B, 58 at multifamily building number 1, and 54 from the second multifamily building. 77% of the vehicles taking the shortest route will come out on Columbia Street. Here's the road again with the turnaround. We don't just need a little road here with a hydrant. We need this to be extended up through the Mews. And this section here, which is the entrance to the garage that you get in and out of by mirrors, needs to be taken away, as suggested by the consultant. And we need the road to be extended up in here so we can evenly distribute the traffic more equitably out of this project. This is the distribution. Nobody's going to go up from Columbia Street up towards Amherst to get out. Maybe a couple will go in Bowdoin. Staff report, page 8. The site's interconnected streets would allow vehicles to use any of the 3 California access points. Not really. You're going to head out the easiest way to get out. This is sideways, but it shows you when you get out of the project, you want to head left. You're going down to California Avenue or before that Hanover Street. Or you're heading down towards Columbia to cut through the neighborhood. You're not going to go out the other ways. Well, Stanford's consultant says on staff report page 7 that the AM peak hour is estimated at 39 outbound trips, of which approximately 26 would use the Columbia Street exit. 180 units, 2 cars provided for each unit, either in the garage or underneath, or on the lot or underneath, plus guest spaces, 360. 39 by 380. You're telling me that only 10% of all the cars are going to come out in the AM peak? These numbers don't pass the laugh test. Here's the 180 units. They're the barriers that you have. And we know, not only from our instinct, but we know from a study that we did a year and a half ago when we went up to Peter Coots Village, a similar project to Mayfield. 100% faculty. And we counted the cars going left and right. They can go to Page Mill Road or they can go to campus. And the reductions were not as much as Stanford's experts think Stanford is going to do based on the surveys and data that they have from census. And we know, and we have from this count, that it's going to be 50-50 distribution in each direction. It's not going to be that much reduced at all. This was our study of 2 days, and we had counters. We were out there 12 hours a day for 2 days. That's our data. Back here to the unequal distribution. Safe routes to school. Look quickly on these other items. This is the map. Columbia Street is not the safe route to school. This is where the project plans them to go. The route to school is either through Bowdoin, where there's a crosswalk, or Hanover. Bowdoin, up in here, where you get into the campus and there's a stop sign and there's a crosswalk, which you can see in yellow, or Hanover, which then gets you down to Escondido Road, and you see 2 crosswalks there with just L-shaped. The conditions are for crosswalks at all streets and 4-way at Columbia. That's not a condition on the project. That's a condition of the city on itself, and that condition should be removed in favor of a discussion that we have as a community with Stanford with regard to bike paths and the proper route to school. Sidewalk and road widths. Here we are back with what I'm saying about putting another road in there and going back to the garage. But what's happening here? There's no sidewalk up here on Amherst Street. 18 houses. That's as big as the distance from Amherst Street down to the Dartmouth Creek. Why no sidewalk? The city, Stanford says, well, The right-of-way's got to be shorter because there's retaining walls in the front and heritage trees in the back. Sorry, you can find a way to put a sidewalk in. If you can't reduce, if the right-of-way has to be reduced by 5 feet, take out the planting strip or share the planting strip on either side of the street. Put in sidewalks, make it a complete street. And what's going on down here? This street is narrowed to 24 feet. And here, a little bit here, it's narrowed as well, which is part of the dispute about the hydrants. You need 26 feet for hydrants. So you could easily, but this is not roadway. This is part of a roadway that has been narrowed by shrubbery. You could easily cut out a foot on each side, but let's go further. Don't we want to match complete streets that we have in College Terrace? These narrow streets here, as the board will tell you, should be widened. Why are they being narrowed? They should be widened. We are terribly concerned, as we have been for years, about the traffic that's going to come out of this project. The density on the right is the Mayfield project, 180 units. Next door, almost the exact same amount, 200 units, are those that will use the same roads, California Avenue and College Avenue going down. It's double the density with the same roads. We have asked that this multifamily building back here have a way to get out the back to Page Mill Road. A release to Page Mill would help.
Thank you.
Stanford.
That's the 13 minutes.
We'll continue to listen. Thank you.
All right. Now we will hear from the applicant. You too will have 13 minutes for your opening.
Thank you. Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. I'm Jean McCown, Assistant Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Stanford. My comments are going to focus briefly on the general goals and the history of the Mayfield Development Agreement. My colleague Chris Wuthman will speak to the specific appeal issues that are before you tonight. The Mayfield Agreement was approved by your predecessors on the City Council in 2005 as the culmination of nearly 5 years of negotiation and collaboration between the City and Stanford and extensive evaluation of the concerns and feedback expressed by the College Terrace and Peter Coots neighborhoods. It was hailed at the time as a significant partnership designed to provide a package of benefits to the City, Stanford, College Terrace, and the community at large. Those benefits were many. New soccer playing fields, moving almost 300,000 square feet of commercial development away from College Terrace, and requiring new housing in its place at densities lower than the then current zoning specified for that property. At the time, the local media editorialized that this might be the best example of town-gown relations since the founding of the city of Palo Alto. This housing has a different status than the development proposals you normally see. This is a mutually agreed to requirement within a binding development agreement and is governed by an already approved environmental impact report. It's important to note that in exchange for Stanford's contractual obligations to build at least 250 units of housing, which could not start until after 2013 when some ground leases were finally over, the city agreed to narrow its future discretion when approving the housing projects and to limit its ability to impose new mitigation measures. The agreement incorporated a detailed list of zoning requirements that's referred to by the AS2 label and a long list of specific mitigation measures based on the EIR's analysis. This project, as currently designed, meets every AS2 requirement and is complying or will comply completely with every mitigation measure as the project is built. Current city staff and members of the Architectural Review Board and the Planning and Transportation Commission have examined the terms of the development agreement and this project's compliance with it in detail. They have heard further comments and considerations expressed by College Terrace residents, many of which are the same ones heard back in 2005. And the staff and reviewing bodies have proposed revisions throughout that process in order to improve the project. This includes a list of 166 conditions of approval, which Stanford is completely prepared to comply with. More recently, over the past 2+ years, we have engaged in new open dialogue with members of the College Terrace Residents Association Board and the neighborhood, and we intend to continue that dialogue. Our goal has been to ensure that the housing is compatible with the neighborhood's design character and that the Stanford faculty and their families who will live in this new housing will feel that they are part of this unique neighborhood in Palo Alto. This project meets the many goals that the parties set out to achieve. You have before you tonight the final action needed to advance this well-designed project, which is fully endorsed by the unanimous recommendations of the ARB and the Planning and Transportation Commission. Your action will implement the mutual commitments made in the 2005 development agreement. We are ready to make meaningful progress this year towards implementing the vision that we shaped together many years ago for developing housing in the Stanford Research Park. Thank you very much.
I don't know if we need to pause and switch over to my PowerPoint. Thank you.
I'm going to pause the timer so that we can make this transition smoothly.
That's great. Thanks, Julie. Okay.
I just do the arrows, and you can point with this.
Okay, thanks.
You can use that like a pointer and move
Thank you, council members. My name is Chris Wuthman. I'm with Stanford University Real Estate, and I'm manager of the Mayfield housing projects. I'm going to speak briefly to the points of the appeal. And to begin, I would reiterate the planning principles behind our project design that I mentioned on June 9th because they inform our responses to the appeal. First, to make the project compatible with College Terrace through residential design standards that stitch the seam with the neighborhood. Second, to make the circulation pattern smart through pedestrian orientation and interconnected and unobstructed vehicle circulation. And to make the site sustainable through minimization of hardscape and maximization of softscape, well in excess of open space requirements. Again, the fire protection diagram in regard to Mr. Ballin's fire turnaround contention, which misses two key provisions or misinterprets two key provisions of the fire code. First, the appeal neglects to recognize that the code places interpretation and application authority with the local fire code official, which has been confirmed by the State Fire Office, which is why there have been numerous fire department and development review committee meetings over more than a year. And second, the appeal did not note that the plan does comply with the city's fire ordinance, section 1505-110, with a combination of 150-foot road access and combined with 150-foot on-foot reach to the furthest structure. And here we're talking in this section here, the 150-foot road access combined with the 150-foot on-foot reach to the furthest point of the access, as provided by section 1505-110, thereby making a turnaround not required. And further, the appeal does not mention that these distances can be modified by the fire marshal because our houses will have approved automatic fire sprinklers based on the same section of the code. The second point of the appeal has to do with the road width within 20 feet of a fire hydrant. We have 24-foot road sections at project entrances specifically to improve traffic safety through eliminating street parking at critical sight line and flow points, but actually widening the traffic lanes by 1 foot each. We will revise sections within 20 feet of fire hydrants with rolled curbs as required by the fire marshal in the improvement plans associated with the final map to produce 26-foot drivable surfaces. And you can see here how minor these sections are on Columbia Street. If you can see these little yellow sections there and there, those are the two places where rolled curbs will be required. There are two other similar minor instances on the site. This is a photo of an excellent example of the suggested roll curb in a recent project in Palo Alto, although the scope of our roll curb will be much more minimal. Regarding the contention that Columbia Street intersection will become congested, peak hours are the time of concern with respect to traffic congestion. The professional analysis submitted to the city, as required by the development agreement, estimates AM peak hour trips leaving Columbia entrance will be 26 per hour, as you heard from Mr. Ballin, and PM peak hour trips will be 40 per hour. Because this is a faculty project, where less than half of faculty who live within a mile and a half of campus have parking permits on campus. Well less than half. This level of traffic is not congestion, and it is in fact well less than the traffic that would be generated by office buildings. This chart shows the diminution in traffic from moving from office buildings to faculty residences. And the third column on the right shows the magnitude of drop in traffic moving from office to faculty residence. So really, this residential project will do the opposite of causing congestion versus offices. Regarding the suggestion that a fourth driveway entrance should be added, this is actually an unsafe and unwise suggestion for a number of reasons. First, our three entrances create intersections. And this additional street over here at the left would not, because it does not align with Dartmouth. Therefore, movements turning in and out at this location would be unexpected for those unfamiliar and would cause traffic and pedestrian safety problems. Unlike our three intersections, vehicles coming out at this location would put headlights directly into a residence across the street, which is just not good planning. And it would serve only 13 AM peak hour outbound vehicles and 20 PM inbound vehicles at most. And so it would simply be unnecessary to add another road to the project, particularly considering the additional stormwater runoff that this would create. Here I would like to address why we have decided to have just one sidewalk on Amherst, which is a tentative map comment. We actually are working with less usable land here than the existing Amherst west of California Avenue because of Kite Hill slope on our uphill side, and also numerous trees in this area that we are seeking to preserve. Also, our street is 12 feet wider than existing Amherst. So you can see that our houses have more condensed lots than the houses on the existing Amherst. Therefore, inclusion of sidewalk in front of our uphill houses would force them back and shrink our residents' usable backyards. And finally, sidewalks on both sides are not required on private streets. To conclude, regarding Mr. Ballin's garage driveway mirror issue, the mirror will be maintained by the professional management of the condominium buildings. Mirrors are simply a well-established operational aid, and this mirror is actually not required now that we have widened the driveway pursuant to staff comments. This is an excellent example of one at a similar but narrower driveway at a high-end condominium project here in downtown Palo Alto. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time for our later comments. We're happy to answer any questions now or later, as would our fire and traffic consultants who are here this evening and others of our Stanford team as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, you'll have a little over 1 minute to add to your time at the end for the rebuttal. Okay, now to continue the we'll continue with public comment, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Our first speaker will be William Ross, to be followed by Adrian Fine. These are for the comments need to be directed specifically to the tentative map, which is on our agenda, and also the 4 areas of the appeal.
Good evening. I'm going to offer 4 points on this matter. First, myself and my spouse own property on Amherst. First, this is an adjudicatory proceeding, so you can't simply adopt the findings of the director below. This is a de novo hearing. So regardless of what your decision is, it has to come back to the council for findings that meet the seminal case of Topanga versus the County of Los Angeles. Those findings must bridge the gap between the evidence presented and your decision. Second, I'd like to support the appeal of Mr. Ballin with an analysis by Ronnie Coleman, the former state fire marshal. He's reviewed the staff material on this. He's discussed the matter with the city fire chief and the city fire marshal. Although the analysis is generally supportive of their analysis, the critical qualification is contained on page 3 in the penultimate paragraph. I'll read it. What the university and other city staff need to consider is the fact that fire is not the only reason for response into this proposed project. On average, fire departments are responding to many more medical aid requests than they are fires. The nationwide average is 70% of incidents for emergency medical aid. There's a general need for the community to consider the provision for emergency medical transport to these areas also. A secondary emergency access to this project is not necessarily just a fire issue. It is a life safety issue. While the department recognizes mitigation factors such as sprinklers, this does nothing to reduce emergency vehicle congestion generated by medical aid. Fourth, if you choose to deny the appeal, I suggest, consistent with position advanced by Mr. Ballin, that there be a comprehensive indemnification provision from the university to the city, including the city fire chief and the city fire marshal, for negligent response time for medical aid, whether established by the city or by the local emergency medical services agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Fine, to be followed by Jane Uvrola.
Thank you for your time tonight. I've lived in College Terrace for about 20 years on Columbia Street, and I'm here for a number of reasons. One, I think this process has gotten a little out of hand. The Mayfield Agreement was agreed on 9 years ago, and this process drags on. Part of that agreement was to streamline this discussion and the work that Stanford's doing. I'd like to see that happen. With regards to the appeal, the fire code provisions, the fire marshal and the Planning and Transportation Commission have said that this project is up to spec. I'd like to see you guys respect that. Concern about safe routes to schools. College Terrace is a pretty quiet, calm neighborhood. As the previous presenter showed, the traffic at this new site versus commercial will be less, and I think the kids will get to school okay on the few streets they have. Congestion on Columbia Street, same concern. It's a pretty quiet neighborhood. I think the circulation is adequate. And finally, just about the use of mirrors, it seems like a pretty reasonable way to go ahead. I don't know. I just think this has gone a little bucked up and caught in the rut, and I'd like to see some new neighbors in College Terrace. You know, at the moment, these commercial properties are fenced in. It's pretty ugly, and hopefully we can get something going before the rains come and make it a difficult construction site.
Thank you. Jane Urova, to be followed by Art Lieberman.
Good evening. Unlike my predecessors, I haven't actually lived in College Terrace for all that long, but I'm a young professional, and I also would like to see more families move into the neighborhood. I walk pretty often down College and down California Avenue, and what I actually see now is office buildings that are empty, and it would be nice to see the neighborhood. I think Stanford has been a very good neighbor, and I think that they have shown respect for the neighborhood of College Terrace. And I actually want to also thank the city for taking the time and going through this process as painstaking as it's been. And from, you know, we're not necessarily as competent as, you know, as Stanford and as the members of the City Council and the Architectural Review Board to make a judgment on these issues. And I think, private citizens are taking matters into their own hands a little bit unnecessarily. And so I just wanted to speak in support of this project, and I'd like to see the housing burden relieved in the city so that more young families and young people could move here and be a part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Lieberman, to be followed by Sharon Murphy. Do you have a presentation as well?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The awards that I want to talk about have to do with the fire safety access roads. To me, the issue applies. There are three aspects: the health and safety of future residents, the fair, consistent application of the law, and the importance of carefully reviewing the fire department's opinions when they involve zoning and land use. The layout of the proposed plan by Stanford is in conflict with a section of the fire code that is incorporated in our municipal ordinances. As was said by Mr. Ballin, dead-end fire apparatus, this is the definition. This is in section 503.2.5. There are two access roads, each 250 feet in length, and neither has a turnaround. There is no ambiguity in this statement. It doesn't say should or ought to be provided or shall in most cases. It says shall be provided. Turnarounds are needed to prevent fire trucks from having to back up long distances. More importantly, for residents who may be in harm's way, turnarounds also allow emergency vehicles such as ambulances to have access to the structures at the end of the access road in case an emergency evacuation is required. This is a basic issue of health and safety. This is a definition, section 202 of the fire code, of what a fire access road is. It's a road that goes from the fire station to the building. Since the plan is two dead-end roads with each 250 feet in length, turnarounds are required. In the staff report, the fire marshal uses a different definition of fire access road from that in our ordinances. That's in our ordinances. His definition uses the term, quote, generally accepted interpretation. In other words, that's his opinion, or the opinion of others. It's not the law. The fire marshal, as much as I respect our fire code officials, they cannot substitute an opinion for the specific words of the law. The fire code gives the fire marshal some authority to make interpretations. This is what says in section 104.1. They can make interpretations, but they cannot make interpretations that will, quote, shall not have the effect of waiving requirements specifically provided for in this code. If the fire marshal had objected to the fire code definition of fire access roads, he's making his own opinion of it, then he should have put them in when the fire code was incorporated into our ordinances in November, and he didn't do that. Summary, this is an issue of public health and safety. It's broader than one project. The fire code is part of our municipal code. It applies to everyone. The same laws and rules should be applied to every project and every applicant. The laws can't be modified by substituting an interpretation for the actual words. The layout must be modified to incorporate turnarounds or by making connection of the access roads to a roadway, such as the one that Mr. Ballin showed, one which currently exists adjacent to the Stanford Channel, so that those roads are no longer dead end. Thank you.
Sharon Murphy, to be followed by Ed Schmid.
I'm Sharon Murphy. I live at 1540 College Avenue, and I'd like to know if I can give my time to Ed Schmidt, who's following me. Is that possible?
No, you have to use your own 3 minutes, and then he gets to use his 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm not a master of the numbers and the facts in this situation. I have great respect for the work that Ed Schmidt and Fred have been doing. I've lived in College Terrace for 43 years, and I'd say 35 years ago, we worked very hard to have some of the streets blockaded because College Terrace was a cut-through. at that time, and it is very convenient. There's great access to Stanford cutting through, and now what we are trying to do is to preserve the safety of our streets and to keep them from becoming those kinds of roads again, where people are cutting through our streets, speeding, endangering kids, and I've seen it. I've lived there that long before the accommodations were made to try to prevent that. Now, what I heard tonight was very interesting, and that was about the agreement that was made to have the field, the soccer field, that the city relinquished its right to make special recommendations. So in a way, it's somewhat, I need to talk to Stanford and say, Stanford, as our neighbor, about whom I have felt quite a bit of pride over these 43 years that I've lived there, we're asking for such a limited, restricted thing. Primarily, I mean, we are concerned about traffic coming through our neighborhood. What would please us greatly is to put an access road to someplace other than California Avenue, to Page Mill. To Page Mill Road. There is one, or there was one before the construction was started. There was a way to cut through from California Avenue to Page Mill Road. So it seems to us that that could be done. And if it cost a little money, Stanford's the most endowed university in the country. It's hard for me to feel like, well, you know, we don't want to cost you anything. And to keep your neighbor, College Terrace, you know, as a good neighbor, and your staff, faculty that's going to be living there, for us to welcome them without any restraint. If you could respond to this one small request on our part to help us protect our neighborhood from traffic that we've experienced in the past. So I ask that of you to consider this and the work that's been done by my neighbors. I don't like to jump on the bandwagon of every little request that's made, but I think this one's fair and it's limited. So I would like to lend my support to the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Schmid, to be followed by Michael Tomes.
Yeah, I know me. This one here? Just use the arrows and you can use this as a pointer.
Okay. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ed Schmidt, and I am a resident of College Terrace. About a year ago, that's not working. None of these buttons respond. Where's this one? Okay. Okay. About a year ago, we ran a study at Peter Coots to determine how traffic would behave in Mayfield housing. It's an adjoining faculty housing project, and we thought we would get some pretty good information from that. So what we did is we determined the directional flow. We know that 54% of the traffic coming out of Peter Coots actually heads towards Stanford. We also evaluated the flow of traffic and the volume of traffic, and we found something interesting. We found that there were two peak periods where we had a lot of traffic coming out of Peter Coots, and that was early in the morning and about 5:30 at night. Now this is outflow, both of them. Usually you see a lot of traffic going out early in the morning, and then the rest of it is flatlined the rest of the day. But you can see that we have two specific areas where we have peaks. We looked at the return values, and we could see that half the outboard traffic was actually returning within 15 minutes of leaving. What that suggests is that there is shuttling back and forth, like what the phenomena suggests that one of the occupants is shuttling either a child back and forth to school, or a husband back and forth, or a spouse back and forth to work. This occurs in the morning. It occurs in the late afternoon, about 5 o'clock. It does make one wonder. The total traffic volume then is about 70 cars per hour at those two times. And it makes one wonder, could it be that that every parking pass not issued to a Stanford faculty member creates two trips in its place, because the spouse drives the husband to the school and then has to come back into the community. The analysis has been done. Does that include the time I was waiting?
That's the 3 minutes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Michael Toms, to be followed by Manish Butte.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Michael Toms. I'm a professor at Stanford, and I live on the Stanford campus at Olmsted Terrace, which is a relatively new neighborhood between Olmsted Road and Stanford Avenue. I wanted to lend my very strong support for the Mayfield project and also address some of the concerns that have been raised. One of the concerns that's been raised is the concern about traffic. In my view, this new project will actually reduce traffic not only relative to alternative uses of the land, such as an office park, but also relative to scenarios in which faculty live elsewhere, farther away from campus. Due to the location of my own neighborhood, Olmsted Terrace, I never drive to work. I always walk or ride my bicycle. I also don't drive my children to their schools. They walk or ride their bicycles to Escondido Elementary, to Jordan Middle School, and to Palo Alto High School, and I know that my neighbors do the same. I expect that with this new development, there will actually be a reduction in traffic because faculty will be in a position to live closer to campus and therefore to walk or bike instead of drive. I also think that this new project is important for building community. When the university was established, the Stanfords had a vision of faculty and students living in close proximity to each other and interacting with each other. I know that my new neighborhood has contributed to that goal. Faculty in my neighborhood regularly have students to their homes and have chance encounters with students who live near the campus, and I expect that this new project would have the same beneficial effects. And finally, I would just add, as a matter of interest for the city of Palo Alto, this project is important for maintaining the academic excellence of the university. If we're to maintain Stanford as a world-class research and teaching institution, we need to be able to recruit and retain the highest quality faculty and staff. I believe that my neighborhood has helped to do that by providing housing close to campus at a reasonable price, and that's exactly what this new Mayfield project will do as well. So for all those reasons, I'm very supportive of this, and I hope that you'll support it as well.
Thank you. Manish Butte, to be followed by Margit Aramburu.
Hi, my name is Manish Butte. I'm also a professor at Stanford. I'm a junior faculty, so I recently came to the Stanford area in 2009, and I also live in the Olmsted Terrace area, which is right adjacent to College Terrace and on the edge of Stanford campus. And I wanted to address the concern about congestion. So I think this new project will replace the high-impact office space where there are thousands of cars coming in with low-impact space. And I'm speaking personally, I know that like Mike who just spoke, I bike to work every day. I don't actually even have a car, and I bike my kids to the elementary school every morning and then bike to work from there. And I think many of my neighbors do too. I think it's very reasonable that the assessment that that only 10% of the cars would come out, or whatever our Stanford guy said. I think that's actually quite reasonable looking at the new community that was just put in 2010, which is immediately adjacent to campus, which is my community. I really do think those numbers are pretty realistic. Besides biking to work, we also bike to the farmers markets and shops and restaurants, so we're actually pretty low impact. My family doesn't really use our car all that much. I think also addressing the same point that this is really important for faculty recruitment. I know since now I've been here for a few years, I've had the chance to participate on a number of faculty recruitment committees, and I can tell you that junior faculty who are being brought here to Stanford to look at the university as a potential place to work and establish their research labs or their research are terrified of the prices in this area. The median prices, as you all know, are well in excess of $2 million, and it's out of reach. And I think the possibility of building housing that's more affordable for us allows us then to recruit faculty to this area. Especially, we do like to have the idea of creating a community without a long-distance commute. Many of us do participate, really engage in the Palo Alto community with our College Terrace neighbors. At Escondido Elementary School, I know myself and others have helped organize the science fair, one of the biggest science fairs in the school district. We are coaches and referees on the soccer teams. We really do participate in the community. Addressing what one of the previous speakers said, we do like to bring our kids and our families into the community. So anyway, I support the proposal.
Margit Aramburu.
Good evening, Margaret Aramburu. I'm a College Terrace resident. I just want to speak briefly to the tentative map. And as you might have looked carefully at all those pages in the tentative map packet, the right-of-ways are specified. The extension of Bowdoin and Columbia are in a 58-foot right-of-way. Amherst, because of the geographic restrictions that were discussed by Chris, is a 53-foot wide right-of-way. But within that, there's flexibility, and the design does not fully reflect, I think, the goal of the university for this new project to be part of College Terrace. One is the lack of sidewalks and the Amherst and the connection around the back. I think within the 53-foot right-of-way, there could be flexibility to provide a sidewalk on each side of the street. Amherst Street, existing Amherst on the other side is the narrow street. It's one block in College Terrace, which is smaller than all the other streets because of the heritage oak trees that are along that block. We have 2 sidewalks, but only 1 planting strip. So in front of my house, it's retaining wall, sidewalk, planting strip, street, sidewalk, and then there's the rest of the right-of-way. In the Mayfield project, they're proposing planting strip, street, planting strip, sidewalk. So instead of having 2 planting strips and 1 sidewalk, I would fully support to have a more walkable community, 2 sidewalks, and a split planting strip or 1 planting strip. And also within the right-of-ways, the streets are designed within narrowing and widening. Some areas you've noticed on Columbia and the entrance at Amherst, they're narrowed to 24 feet, and they widen, and there's knuckles and bulb outs. I would suggest simplify the street design, make it look like College Terrace, where it connects a straight 36-foot wide, which incorporates parking and incorporates the street right-of-way. And one of the main reasons to do this is these streets will be shared by bicyclists and automobiles, and we really want to encourage the bicycling academics and their families, and to have as wide a street, a consistently wide street throughout the neighborhood, I think would be the benefit of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Barker, to be followed by Robert Moss.
Thank you. Brent Barker, 35-year resident on Amherst Street and president of the College Terrace Residents Association. I want to focus in just on 3 very specific things. This lack of a sidewalk on Amherst Street, I think, is impracticality. If you could imagine a kid coming out of that house wanting to go down 2-3 houses to visit a friend, walks down to the curb and then has to choose walking down the planting strip or crossing the street, walking down the sidewalk 100 feet and then recrossing the street, or worse yet, going into the street and walking down the street. So that eventually will become a pathway by kids and eventually adults, they would use it as well. So rather than having a kind of a muddy pathway, I would say replace the planting strip with a sidewalk. It just seems practical. The second point is the narrowing, the bottlenecking of the ABC streets when they hit California. And I know that there are rationales for it and so forth, but they don't make a lot of sense to me. And if you stand outside the project looking in, it has a very odd effect of looking like you're segregating that development from the rest of College Terrace. It looks like a gated community, and it feels, my first reaction, and I've worked with Stanford folks for 4 years on trying to integrate College Terrace and the new development, and we really want that. But this seems to just put a stiff arm, and I don't like it. It just felt terrible. The third thing would be a bike route coming down California Avenue. Now, it's too narrow to get 2 bike lanes, parking on both sides, and 2 lanes of travel. So something has to be given up, and I think it would make more sense to give up the parking along the new houses and put in a bike lane on both sides. It's kind of belt and suspenders. These people, all these new houses have plenty of parking. They have 2-car garages, they have aprons, they have parking in the back, and so forth. So they give up very little, and I think we gain more. So, that's what I have.
Thank you. Robert Moss, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Thank you, Mayor Shepard and the council members. One of the things I found kind of odd about this project is that some 5 years ago, the council passed an ordinance requiring minimum street width of 32 feet for all new projects. And this project fails that test. It has streets as narrow as 20 feet. Why? Why isn't it being required to have adequate street widths? Every other project that's come along since then has. Why is this one being given a pass? I also agree with Fred Balin's objection to not having turnouts or some sort of means for emergency vehicles to turn around at the end of the dead-end streets. I think that's important because when an ambulance comes down to take somebody to the hospital, you want them to be able to turn around and drive out, not have to back down a narrow street. So I think that's important. It's a matter of traffic, and it's also a matter of safety to have adequate street widths, to have turnouts and bulb outs. I also was kind of puzzled. I raised the issue about not having adequate information about the toxics on the site. And Stanford wrote a letter and they said, well, we tested two locations and the TCE levels were good enough so we can have housing. And the DTSC approved it, which I thought was puzzling because this area normally has the Regional Water Quality Control Board oversee the toxics on that site. So why wasn't the Water Board the government agency that oversaw what was being tested and evaluated? Why was DTSC brought in? So I kind of wondered if Stanford was just doing some consultant shopping. Then they said it was okay for housing, but they didn't give the actual values of TCE. At the MEW site in Mountain View, there are sites which have been measured 10 to 20 times higher than what would be allowed for TCE vapors in the homes. But housing is allowed provided they have specific mitigations, vapor barriers, subslab ventilation, regular periodic indoor air sampling. Because we don't know what the values of TCE were that were actually tested on the site, we don't know whether these mitigations were required or if they should have been required. And by the way, in the past, the city of Palo Alto has not had any oversight for mitigations against TCE vapor intrusion. So how is it going to be handled in the future? This is still an open issue, and I think it has to be resolved.
Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Karina Chang.
Good evening, Mayor Shepard and council members. This hearing is very troubling. A couple of weeks ago, I tried, and I was not explicit enough or clear enough to say that what is needed is a discussion amongst the staff and the appellant, and the applicant, with a view to clearing up the objections of the appellants, which seem to me to be well taken. Nobody in this room wants this project to fail. Everybody wants it to succeed. The city of Palo Alto asked for it, demanded it, bought it. There is no possibility that this project can fail. I find it troubling that the city, months and months ago, years ago, gave up apparently some right of jurisdiction, of review of the plans. Just because Stanford did them doesn't mean that they're all that perfect. I think that, frankly, I think you should postpone decision until the problems are worked out. I don't think you can say on a basis, okay, well, we'll forget about the PCBs, or nah, you got to do something about the hammerhead. Well, we could certainly let the sidewalks go. No, there's a lot to work out, and I know nothing about it, and frankly, I don't think you do either. You have to, no, it's not that these are the people we're working with. They have the responsibility to do it, and they're trying hard, and this particular process is not set up to get what you want. You're going to get the project, you've got to get the project. But I think those concerns need to be addressed. They can't be addressed, well, everything Jean McCown said was absolutely true. These concerns cannot be just disposed of as lightly as one seems to think they can be disposed of. You've got to take them into consideration somehow, and I don't know how you can do it, but they seem to me to be valid, and I think that you should. Here's this lady. She wants a road to Page Mill Road, or they put up with the traffic. These are valid concerns. Please do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. There is no, I'm sorry, we do need to keep the public house, so please no clapping or booing. So Karina Chang, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Hello, I'm Karina Chang. I live on Amherst Street. My family has lived there since 1954. I'm a longtime resident on Amherst Street. Stanford and some of the other speakers who've spoken in favor of this project have used a well-known marketing technique. I'm, been in marketing for a while. They're not answering the question. Yes, there are many reasons why we want this project, but essentially what we're asking for is to invite faculty and staff to live in housing with inadequate access for emergency vehicles. Faculty, we would like you to come live here, and we're sorry if we cannot get those emergency vehicles in as quickly as we would like to. We're sorry if the gas pipeline on Page Mill blows up. We're sorry if there is an earthquake. What is the probability in the next 30 years for an earthquake in Palo Alto? We're sorry about that, but that's how we got the housing in. I'd also like to point out that since the agreement was made between Palo Alto and Stanford, the vehicle code in California requires a minimum 3 feet when a car passes a bicycle. Now, what we've heard from Stanford is that there will be substantial bicycle traffic, presumably in both directions. So let's assume bicycles in both directions, you need 3 feet on each side. Okay, where are the cars going? So we need to consider that factor as well. Given the numbers that we're getting from Stanford, that is going to be primarily not car traffic, it's going to be bicycle traffic. You need room for the cars or the emergency vehicles to pass with a minimum of 3 feet. I'd also like to point out in the tentative parcel map that you have, there are misleading drawings that show at the corner of Amherst and California Avenue a City of Palo Alto transformer pad. It's about a 3-foot cube size, about the size of that little file thing at the end there. And the drawings all show these beautiful shrubs in front of it so that when you're coming up California Avenue or you're going down Amherst Street that you won't see them. It clearly states in fine print on the sheet L4.3, sheet L4.3, that 8 feet of clearance is required. No shrubbery, only ground cover. However, it's beautifully shown with shrubbery this high. It also says that bollard protection is required. This is right at that narrow throat of an entrance of Amherst Street into the project. So it's visually appealing. It's exactly what I would do in marketing, but it doesn't speak to the facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Ruth Lowy.
Mayor Shepard and council members, the Mayfield development...
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, the Mayfield development agreement requires this project to abide by changes in the fire code adopted subsequent to the development agreement, and the health and safety code requires that the project abide by the current version of the Palo Alto Fire Code. The appellant has demonstrated that the project does not comply with certain sections of the fire code, and therefore has defined a potentially significant impact that needs to be mitigated as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. The appellant has provided substantial evidence to support his arguments. On the other hand, the fire department and the city's consultant have not provided substantial evidence to support their arguments. Substantial evidence is defined by the California Environmental Quality Code as facts, reasonable assumptions based on facts, and expert opinion based on facts. Expert opinion without facts to support the opinion does not constitute substantial evidence. None of the opinions about the fire access roads from the staff and the city's consultant are based on facts. Instead, we get remarks like, quote, "It is a generally accepted interpretation," unquote, or, quote, "This is a standard practice," unquote, without any evidence to support those arguments and opinions. There are also two other overriding considerations. The first is Stanford has submitted its application as late as possible under the development agreement, and some people believe that since the application has been submitted as late as possible, you have to approve it in its current form, including the parts that violate the law. The second concern was also demonstrated in the previous agenda item, and that is staff believes that its only way to support its recommendation is to claim that unambiguous language in the code needs to be interpreted. Maybe it's gotten legal advice that that's the only way it can do it, because this legal staff has to support the staff and help them get what they want done. On the other hand, the council is entitled to independent legal advice from its council-appointed officer that when you have unambiguous language in a code, you should follow the unambiguous language. Now, how the legal staff separates its responsibility to serve giving legal advice to support staff's recommendation versus giving legal advice to the council, which is independent of that staff recommendation, is something that that office has to work out, but only if the council demands it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth Lowy, to be followed by Rita Brill.
Good evening again. Excuse me. So included in my 39 years of residence in Palo Alto, 13 of them were in College Terrace at the corner of California and Hanover Street. And first, I would like to say I totally support the project. I've worked at Stanford for 23 years with some very fine faculty. One of them is here, who I know. And it's a wonderful opportunity for faculty and faculty families to be really close to the university, et cetera. I would like to support and compliment Fred Balin on the research that he's done. I think he articulated both verbally and with his visuals to help you see some potential problems relating to safety. And that Dartmouth possibility side road, even if it does shine headlights into a household, perhaps the developer, Stanford, could put up some shrubs so that the lights don't shine into that one house, because Dartmouth itself is not a through street. So that might help the problem about lack of turnarounds, and then there would be one more road. I think you really need to pay attention to the potential of the huge number of cars that could be coming out of those large housing complexes at the back into these 3 small roadways. I think it's absurd to think that you're not going to have a lot of traffic, at least on the one road, and having an alternative would be good. And on the other hand, there is a way for the project to exit on Page Mill. I've gone through that alleyway myself when I've gone to some of the what was Stanford offices and was able to go out on Page Mill. So I really think you should consider the request by the people at, in College Terrace who are pointing that out. And I think that would help reduce some of the traffic that would be coming in and out. So safety is a really important concern. And as for private citizens not speaking up, I think it's very important for private citizens to help the council, help Stanford, and help all the other parties involved, because collectively as residents, we have a point of view, and we appreciate when you pay attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Rita. I know I am. I'm going to get it wrong again. It's spelled very differently.
Farrell, right, thank you. So I've been reading about the Mayfair project in the paper, but I haven't really paid a lot of attention because I live over on Channing. And I think a lot of people in Palo Alto only pay attention to what's going on in their neighborhood. But I came to the council meeting today, so I'm going to comment on this. You know, Stanford owns all this land. It seems to me, just listening, that the residents' comments and concerns, including the really wonderful visual presentation, are quite reasonable. It would seem like there is room for sidewalks. There are room for larger roads. All they have to do is maybe reconfigure the lots and possibly take out a couple of houses. I mean, I know this is a housing development and you want to pack in as many people as possible, but some of the professors were talking about their children. So there are going to be cars, there are going to be bicycles, there are going to be children. And to have narrow roads, we can see this over on West Crescent on the way to Center. I go down that sometimes, and it's a very narrow road. There's cars on both sides of the curved sidewalks. And if you see another car, you have to move over. There's a lot of construction going on. I mean, aren't these people ever going to have a visitor? So they may have their 2 cars in the garage, but what about visitors? I don't think it's too much to ask that the project have roads that are consistent with the road sizes in the rest of Palo Alto. I think that the residents in College Terrace, their requests of Stanford are very reasonable. I haven't heard anybody say that they are against the project. All I've heard them say is that they are asking for a redesign and consideration of their requests, and I hope that you will listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the appellant will have 3 minutes for rebuttal, and after that, the applicant will have 4 minutes for rebuttal.
Make sure to mention it's 4 minutes because they carried over.
Do you need your presentation again?
No, this is
okay.
Strictly oral. You're going to have to hear me. Okay, so a few quick comments. Number one, on the fire code, I don't have much to add except for why did we adopt Measure D if we're not going to, Appendix D, if we're not going to enforce it. I spoke last week about how in San Francisco, the fire chief, where they have not adopted D, is fighting the council member Wiener so that they have wide enough streets within the Hunters Point project at Candlestick Point. So that's number one. Number two is I've learned a lot through this project. I've sat down and talked with the fire marshal, had a very nice chat with him. I've been on the phone with the state fire marshal's office. I spoke to the people in code development there, and the bottom line, what I learned is they're not going to get involved in how a local enforcement agency handles their adoption of the code, because both of these sections, 503 and Appendix D, are locally adopted, which can be amended as well, by the way, but they haven't been. Number two is I want to object to a comment that was made with regard to the study of the traffic analysis 9 years ago. We fought that hard and long, and that's water under the bridge. There was a discussion about how much traffic would be reduced from the commercial development. That's not the discussion now. The discussion is what's coming out of the residential development. So please don't be tainted by something that was decided years ago that we're changing this to residential and resurrect numbers that we fought terribly at that time with the same consultant then, and we're now trying to come to some kind of clarity on the current numbers. I want to talk about the outreach for a minute. Stanford has met with the board. I've been on the board for 4 years. They've met individually with Margaret and Brent. We hear back at the board from what happened there. They've held a couple of outreach meetings, and they have listened. They just haven't responded. What they have done is one thing. They have allowed us to have an access road from Page Mill for 1 year for construction traffic. It's a road that is on property they own and property they hold the ground leases to. It is a road that will continue to be there after they redevelop, because you're going to have to get all the way through that rectangular property somehow to fill it. It's a road that's a natural fire road that really should be going to the back of this project. And it's a road that we hope they would consider to be an easement for their own faculty. Finally, this is a dense project. The housing stock here is like 4,000 square feet each on average, 4,600. It's dense. And we want to be careful here. There was no requirement to have this many single-family homes in the project. The envelope was described. There were going to be homes on California Avenue and then up along Amherst. There is no problem at all with taking out a few homes to make a road and moving them elsewhere or putting them up in the multifamily units. So there's nothing, that can't be done there. So send it back, redesign it, give them your direction. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant will now have 4 minutes.
Thank you. We'll be quick because 3 of us are going to speak quickly. First of all, I have 3 points. One, with respect to roads. There's misunderstanding. Our roads are equal to or larger than College Terrace's roads. 36 feet in pavement. Our roads, College Terrace's roads, are 20. College Terrace has been noted as a 24-foot wide road. We don't, except at 2 small throats, and we've done that to improve traffic safety and flow. So we respectfully disagree. We think that that's better to make turns onto California Avenue when lines of sight and flow are not blocked by parked cars. We do agree that with respect to Amherst, sidewalk issue, we would be willing to look at redesign of that upper side to explore the possibility of design changes to make a sidewalk possible. That would take work with building, public works, and planning, but we are open to that. So the points that Brent and Margaret brought up, we are open to working on. I would like to pass it on now to Gene McCown, who's going to speak to fire, because we've worked so much with the fire department. We do believe code is not easy to read. We do believe they know their fire code.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything other than I did get a chance very briefly to look at the letter that Mr. Ross provided to you, which we hadn't seen before he brought it here. And it does, as he said, it appears to confirm that gentleman's concurrence with the interpretation from your Palo Alto staff. Obviously, they are here tonight, and they're the best ones to answer questions that you have on that topic.
And hi, I'd like to address the issue raised by Bob Moss on why DTSC was selected. Stanford had a choice. When we submitted a voluntary cleanup plan, we were asked whether or not we wanted to work with DTSC or the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And we elected DTSC because not only do they have hydrologists and engineers, but they also have toxicologists, excellent toxicologists that can evaluate any condition, and mainly the TCE. We did find a little bit of TCE, but it was below the regulatory threshold, and that's why DTSC was comfortable with issuing a no further action letter. And all the reports and letters and correspondence can be found on DTSC's website, EnviroStar.
Well, you have a minute, 30 seconds left. 30, yeah.
There we go.
So
that's wonderful. Okay, so good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tiffany Griego. I'm the director of the Stanford Research Park. The issue of a permanent road through a parking lot of 1450 Page Mill has come up several times over the last several months, actually more than a year now. And it has been discussed and debated. In fact, it was also brought up in 2005, and it was discussed and debated by the council at the time. So this is not a new issue. Certain College Terrace residents have raised this, and we just are not willing to make this available because we do not believe that it is necessary to mitigate any traffic needs. There is no nexus to require this, and there is no basis from deviating from the public street system. We have a well-designed project that integrates with the street grid system in a safe way, and that has been a guiding principle for us the entire time in developing this project. So we hope that you take this design guideline into concern, because we feel that the temporary construction access is in primary for solution to address their primary concern, which is construction traffic, but permanent is not something we're willing to add to this deal. It is imperative that you understand that it was our goal to stitch the seam, and that's what we believe. And we have done. We have spoken with College Terrace at great length in trying to meet that goal, and we're excited to move forward with this project so we can make this dream a reality.
all right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, staff did want to make comments about the public portion of this. Did you want to respond to anything? Or
I think we can weave any additional comments into our responses to council questions.
Okay. In that case, it's time for council to take up the discussion for motions. Councilmember Berman.
So could I ask the city fire marshal to come up for a second? Thank you, guys. So could I ask you 30 to 60 second explanation of what your job is as a fire marshal?
Hello, Council. My name is Rich Dean. I'm the acting fire marshal. And my job as the fire marshal is code interpretation, application, reviewing projects, managing the Fire Prevention Bureau, which encompasses fire life safety inspections of new construction projects, new developments, as well as existing businesses and apartment complexes, schools, that kind of thing.
Great, thanks. And this is a question that I actually don't know the answer to, so this is dangerous, but do you take any sort of oath when you join the fire department, or when you do your job, when you join the fire department?
You do. It was about 30 years ago, so I don't remember what's in it.
Yeah, and do you have any general ideas of kind of what the underlying elements were?
Yeah, honesty, integrity, judgment for the public good.
Okay, that was that last bit that I was looking for the public good.
Right.
Do you believe that, so you've weighed in on this project, to be totally honest with everybody, the first issue that, and the most important issue kind of in my mind is the fire safety issue, is the public health issue. That's an remarkably important role that we play here, and something that I take very seriously. And when members of the public question certain things and do so in a very eloquent way, that piques my interest and makes me want to get to the bottom of that. So, in your opinion, are you willing to back up here in public in front of all of these people, the judgment that you made on the issue here in regards to the 250 foot long streets and the fire access road issue?
Absolutely. And it's not, at the end of the day, it's not actually my final decision. It's the fire chief's final decision.
Way to pass that buck on over, eh, Chief?
Happy to answer that. Eric Nickel, Fire Chief. Let me just read something out of the quintessential document that talks about fire and life safety within the United States called America Burning. The most effective fire loss prevention and reduction measure with respect to both fire, life, and property safety is the installation and maintenance of fire sprinklers. So all of this conversation aside that we've heard for the last hour, 2 hours about distances, lengths, the single safest thing that we can put in any one of our homes here in town is working and maintaining fire sprinklers. So when the fire marshal looks at the project and has to assess and trade-offs which are allowed, the fire marshal is allowed very wide latitude within the fire code. The single biggest thing in there that makes this project safe and that I will put my name and my reputation on in my 27 years in this line of work is fire sprinklers that are being built into every single one of these homes. If there's a way that I could put fire sprinklers into every single home here in town, you would almost eliminate your need of any fires within this community. That is the single biggest thing that this project has going for it.
Great. Thank you guys very much for providing that explanation. I also, something piqued my interest, which was this letter that was provided to us during the meeting. I can't remember the name of the gentleman who gave us the letter, and he's left now. What is it? Bill Ross, and it's by Ronnie Coleman, president of Fire Force One, former state fire marshal. And it piqued my interest because, here it says, at the request of Mr. William Ross. And it piqued my interest because he immediately skipped to the penultimate paragraph, which didn't speak at all about the fire issue. And so I quickly scanned through this letter and just want to read a couple sections. So this is a letter provided by an opponent of this project who hired a former state fire marshal to weigh in on this project. And a couple of sections. The first is in regards to the proposed access road, the 24 feet versus 26 feet issue. And he says the proposed access road is 24 feet. This is a generally accepted alternative provided that the sidewalk is engineered to withstand the weight of the fire apparatus and the curbs are rolled to make it easy for an engine to move up onto the sidewalk if needed. So I guess I'm glad you guys stayed there. As far as you guys know, is the sidewalk engineered to withstand the weight of a fire apparatus?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And then it says, in the appeal of the fire department's decision, an interested party, Mr. Fred Ballin, raises the question of where the code allows provisions to be waived and under what circumstances such actions are allowed. This is a reasonable, commonly asked question by those who do not use the codes on a daily basis and are therefore not familiar with all the provisions of the code. It is important to note that when the codes are written, it is impossible to foresee all of the circumstances and conditions that will be encountered when they are applied. Therefore, the code should be viewed not just as a set of regulations, but also as a guide. When applying the code, it is important to determine and understand the intent of a provision to ensure that it is applied correctly. This type of application allows the enforcing authority to evaluate a situation and grant modifications or alternate materials and methods to meet an acceptable level of fire and life safety. This is a letter given to us by an opponent of this project who hired somebody and I'm glad that the person they hired did clearly provide an impartial analysis, essentially stating that, codes as in life are not black and white. They cannot state in the code every single application that will exist in a community. It's impossible, or else the codes would be, it's impossible. And what this gentleman here, an expert in the field, is stating is that it's perfectly permissible for our fire inspection officials to make an interpretation of the code and apply it to different situations. And what we've heard here and what we heard in the report is that that's what they did, and that they're comfortable with the decisions that they've made and with the project in regards to fire safety. I won't bother reading more, but I was really frankly happy to get this because it made me feel better about this fire issue with this project. So thank you guys very much. I'm glad to hear that you guys are willing to budge on the sidewalks, and I'd encourage you to do that. I think that's having grown up, actually, one of the speakers was talking about West Crescent, which is actually where I grew up for 14 years, and it is a narrow street. People shouldn't be parking on both sides, so if they are, call us. But having sidewalks definitely helps. Helped me get around when I was growing up. So I think that's a good thing. I'm not necessarily going to speak to all of the issues. I'll wait and see how the conversation goes up at the dais. But the fire safety, public safety issue was, by far the #1 concern that I had, and it's been pretty alleviated both by the opinion of our own staff and then the opinion of this hired expert. I do want to comment, Mr. Balin, Fred, I really appreciate the work you do, your care and concern for the community, and the next time I have to give a presentation, I'm hiring you to help me out, because that was really impressive. I don't think we see eye to eye necessarily on all of these issues, but I do really appreciate your involvement in the community and keeping us honest. And that's all I'll say for now. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Ness.
Thanks a lot for getting us started on that, Mark. That was really good. But could I ask Fire to come back again? I know you didn't go very far. So I think that Mark has talked a lot about the actual technical aspects of this, and you speak to the fire sprinklers. However, Mr. Balin did also talk about the areas where he has suggested the fire trucks could not reach, and therefore the hoses wouldn't be able to reach. Am I correct? And I don't know where that particular slide went, but it was such that we could see that the trucks would not reach the end of 2 of the streets. How would you deal with that? I hear about the fire sprinklers, but there must be at some point in a fire where you've just got to get the hoses out and you've got to reach every house.
Yeah, not to sound flippant, we have plenty of hose to reach the fires. So specifically with that picture that Mr. Balin was showing, I don't know if the 150 feet was applied in a way that we would operate. So it's important to note that when the fire marshal reviewed the project, he moved the hydrants down to the intersection so they would provide better coverage when our fire engines came in there. So our fire engines carry 730 feet of large diameter hose. That is the large 4 or 5 inch hose that is connected to the hydrant and effectively moves the fire hydrant to wherever the fire engine needs to go. So we have plenty of supply line to get wherever we would need on one of these private driveways. Now, the 150 feet, as I believe the fire code applies it, is related to pre-connected hose lines. Those are hose lines that are connected to the pump, and you can engage the pump and get water flowing much faster. All of our apparatus carry 200 feet pre-connected hose lines. So if we had to maximize the hose that was pre-connected and as quickly as possible, we connect to one of those hydrants, drive 700 feet, 730 feet down one of these private driveways, and we have another 200 feet of pre-connected fire attack hose line to get to wherever we would need to get surrounding that house. We have plenty of hose to get to that. Now, with respect to the width of the street, when we talk about 24 or 26 feet and the rolled curbs, that is to allow one fire engine to get there and another fire apparatus to pass it on the same street. So there's plenty of space and access on these private driveways that were identified as driveway A and B. So plenty of hose. We can access all the different locations down there should we have to. But again, back to the statement of fire sprinklers, unless the fire sprinklers were shut down or not working, we're not going to have to utilize that. But we do have the capacity. And let me remind the council, Fire Station 2 is a quarter mile away from the project. that's typically stationed with one fire engine and 2 paramedic ambulances.
Okay, thanks, and thanks to Mr. Ballin for asking the question. And let me go just a bit further, because as we said tonight, far more likely that a paramedic will need to get to a house than you will to get there with a hose and the water to put out a fire. So because once again, it looks like that would be a challenge. Speak to the paramedic part of it, if you would.
So again, if a typical response to an emergency medical call would be 1 fire engine with 3 personnel on it and 1 paramedic ambulance with 2 personnel on it. Again, assuming that they're available and in quarters, that is probably a response time from the Hanover Fire Station under 2 minutes. They get there, we're able to get both vehicles down one of those private driveways. Then the ambulance is much smaller. Let's keep that in mind. It's much smaller than the large Type 1 fire engine that you typically see driving around town here. The ambulance is much smaller, and we could in fact back that into one of the driveways if there was space there, or if we had to, and I think I heard one of the speakers talk about it earlier, we could back down that driveway as we were leaving the scene. But as the fire marshal noted earlier, the turnarounds are more for the convenience of the apparatus than for improving life safety.
Okay, I can see though why that would have been something that was brought up, because that would be a concern where there's absolutely no way to turn around. Okay, I think that answers my question around fire. I just have one more comment to make. Thanks very much to both of you. One of the other, in addition to the sidewalks, we also had said earlier, and I had talked to the planning director about this, regarding the bulb outs. Could you just talk about that a bit?
Sure, thank you, Vice Mayor Niss. Actually, it was that slide that was just up there about the rolled curbs, I think. One of the Stanford speakers raised this earlier as well, their willingness to
alter the
bulb outs
configuration
to include the rolled curbs so they can easily accommodate the vehicles.
Good. I think that answers the question regarding it alters how you can actually get down the street and whether or not there will be, the bulb outs will be in the way. So thanks very much. And I think that takes care of my questions.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thanks. I'd actually like to ask Mr. Barker a question, if that would be all right.
I'm sorry, who?
Mr. Barker. Brent?
Okay, yes. Go ahead.
So, Brent, you mentioned 3 things, and I just wanted to have them in my mind.
Okay.
I remember sidewalks.
Sidewalks.
Did you say a bike lane?
Yes, a bike lane going down California Avenue.
Going down California Avenue. Yeah. And what was the 3rd thing? Private streets?
The 3rd thing was the ABC streets when they hit California Avenue. They narrow by 1 lane. They go from 36 down to 24.
And, okay. And so those were the 3 things you were most concerned about?
Those were the 3 things, yes. And I just didn't like the sense of that thing narrowing because it felt like a gated community. It's kind of segregated, and we've spent years trying to integrate this new community into the existing community. It's just a visual thing, and it may just be a personal thing.
So then I actually wanted to ask the applicant a question, if that's all right. The question I wanted to ask the applicant was about those narrowing bullets. And I believe you said the reason you did that was because you thought it was safer that people couldn't park there. Is that correct?
That's right. It's another way to think of the narrowing is it's just eliminating the parallel street parking. The travel lanes don't narrow. In fact, they widen 1 foot. So rather than 2 11-foot travel lanes, we have 2 12-foot travel lanes. So we are just eliminating the street parking near the corners because, as you know, when you come to a corner and you're trying to look around, if there's a parked car or somebody's parking at an inopportune time, it can slow down flow, it can be unsafe. So it's really not a narrowing of the travel lanes, it's just an elimination of the street parking near the corners. It's actually a widening of the travel lanes.
But visually, Mr. Barker's correct, right? It'll look like it was narrowed from a visual perspective when you're driving by the streets. Isn't that correct?
I don't think so, because what you will see is if we didn't do this, then there would be potentially visitor cars parked there. So what you will see is instead of cars parked to the corner, you will see landscape strip and street trees for that entry portion of the street. So something's going to be there. It's going to be the landscape strip and trees, or it's going to be parked cars. So I'm not, we have a respectful disagreement on this, but I don't think it's going to look narrower. It's just something is going to be different in that really 6-foot section.
Any reason why you couldn't just have no parking signs there?
Oh, you mean have the parking spaces but put no parking there?
Yeah, so it has the same visual feel, so it doesn't feel like narrowing?
No, we could do that. We could do that. It would reduce opportunity for street tree planting that we plan to do there, which we want to be attractive. But I mean, we could put the parking spaces in, but put no parking. People who are unfamiliar sometimes get confused with that. It can slow traffic down. We can do as we proposed, which would have red curb on it, so that nobody would park there. Or we could do something a foot or two different in between, so that there were a larger planter strip, but maybe we had 13-foot travel lanes instead of 12-foot travel lanes, something like that.
And then the third thing was the bike lane on California Avenue, which I also tend to actually think was a good idea. What's your thought on the bike lane?
That is in the category with the crosswalks. That, I think, is a city and a community decision. It's not just a project and developer decision. We would be happy to be part of that conversation. I do feel that the upper part of California Avenue is a little bit different here than from Hanover to El Camino. But certainly, we'd be happy to be a part of that conversation. But I don't think it's project specific. It's more community general.
So I'm going to just ask the planning department, do we have the right to require the bike lane along their portion of the development?
Well, maybe Cara can weigh in on this. It wasn't required as mitigation, so I'm not sure that we can require it in this instance. I also wanted to make sure that council understood that our analysis was that it would require the removal of parking spaces along there. So it has some trade-offs, clearly.
As to the legal issue, it's a city street, so you certainly have ability to incorporate that as just a direction to staff to implement it. There may be some modest cost issues associated with that you could probably ask the applicant to cooperate on.
Okay. All right, with that, I'll actually make the motion to approve the staff recommendation with a bike lane, not a bike lane, sorry, with a sidewalk along Amherst there, and with also the requirement that the applicant not narrow the street, but come up with another solution. And I'm not going to specify what that solution would be, but that keeps that road the same length and width, if that's clear.
The clerk was given a motion already, and I think what you want to do is to go ahead and use the motion that the clerk has been given by the planning department, and then also you want to ask for that sidewalk to be installed along Amherst. Is that correct?
That's right, the sidewalk along Amherst.
And is that the only?
No, the other one I wanted to include was that I'm looking for planning. Maybe you could help me with that language. You know what I want to achieve? I want to achieve it that we don't have the little narrowing there, but that I don't want to say you just say no parking signs. There may be other solutions that are better, and the applicant talked a little bit about that. Might be something else. So I don't want to be that prescriptive. So I'm trying to think of what language would work that. So I guess we could just say not narrow the road.
Eliminate the bulb outs at those intersections and find another solution to prohibiting.
That would be fine.
On-street parking.
Okay, I believe we had a second from Councilmember Price. So would you like to speak any further to your motion?
Yeah, I mean, generally, this was agreed on, many years ago. I think the community has raised some legitimate concerns, and I think it's important to address those. And I definitely think we should have a sidewalk. The applicant said they would do a sidewalk, so that seemed, fairly simple. I also have this sense of wanting to have this integrated into the community, and I also was concerned that it had that feel. So I was glad that Mr. Barker raised that issue, because I'd like that issue to be addressed. And I feel a little bit about the Stanford development on the other side of Stanford Avenue there. When you go over there, it has that feel of being not integrated into the community. And I would, as much as possible, like this to be integrated. So that's what I'm trying to deal with here. I'm frankly open to the California Avenue bike. I would like that. I'm just not sure I have enough information right now. But if other council members want to weigh in on that, I'd probably be open to that issue. So I think that's important. I also wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Balin. I thought his presentation was excellent. And in fact, I think I came here leaning towards his position on that. But the combination of our chief, our fire marshal, and frankly, Mr. Ross's letter really sealed it for me. I mean, it looks like Mr. Ross went out and hired someone and they confirmed exactly what our chief was saying and our fire marshal was saying. And I think to go against the experts on that just seems not something I'm willing to do.
Councilmember Price, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I am supporting the motion as amended. I think the amendments made make a lot of sense and improve the overall design and the site plan of this project. Given that we have many years ago, in 2005, agreed to the Mayfield development agreement, it is a binding it's a binding document. It's legally binding, and there are not that many issues which we can weigh in on at this point. And I think some of the modifications that have been proposed improve the project. I think the elevations, the design, the mixture of different housing types, different facades, some sensitivity to the compatibility with the design of the existing properties and houses along California Avenue, I think is very well done. I think there's been a lot of discussion with the community, and I think there's been a lot of, serious reflection upon how this particular project can fit into the existing College Terrace community. I think it's very important that it's done well. I think there's been a lot of attention to this. And the issues on public safety and fire code interpretations, also the quality of staff work in response to various concerns raised by Mr. Balin, I think were very well done, and it was very thorough. I had a question about emergency access, medical emergency access, and that was addressed. So I would like to thank everyone for participating in this evaluation, and I think this will be a very positive project and a well-designed housing project with other amenities in the immediate vicinity, and I look forward to seeing this come to fruition.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, first, I wanted to speak to the issue of the safe routes to school, and the understanding is that we don't yet know which school the students from this project will be attending, whether it's Escondido and Nixon or some other possibility that we're not is less likely. But given the possibility of Nixon, and either way that we're building a new neighborhood and we really want to have a strong bicycle connectedness, And also given that our prior Safe Routes to School and Bike Master Plan didn't really look at this neighborhood. There is a path that goes from the corner of, near the corner of Cal Ave and Amherst that goes up to Peter Coots. And that path is fairly narrow and would benefit from a modest amount of improvement. And so I want to ask permission to ask the applicant about, I recognize that it does not cross this particular property, but it's Stanford property. I don't know if it's open space designated or what. Yeah, it goes up near kind of, I think, the edge of Kite Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Byrd. It actually has come up. We've met with the school district several times over the last couple of years to just discuss this housing in general, when it may be arriving, the number of households, et cetera, so that they could work with us on exactly these questions of which would be the appropriate schools. And you're right, they have not decided it's Escondido or Nixon, but those seem to be the ones that are favored. And they have asked us to look at this path, which we've agreed that we would try to do. We would do that. It is, I'm not sure we know the answers to what role the homeowners association at Peter Coots has with that property, because it was part of that development that area was left in open space. It's very steep. I don't know, we don't really know what the engineering challenges may be of how much we could improve it. It's in the county, so it's county jurisdiction, not city jurisdiction. So there's a lot of follow-up issues which we intend to take.
But basically you've agreed to explore that as a potential bike improvement, bike and pedestrian improvement.
Yes, we have offered to look at that. We haven't had time to do that yet, but there'll be a number of issues that we'll have to evaluate as to whether there's some improvements that can or cannot be made there.
Great, thank you. And then second, on the California Avenue bike lanes, I'm familiar. On Cal Ave, from El Camino up to Hanover, there are bike lanes on each side, parallel parking on the north side, no parking on the south side. And then once you cross Hanover, the street stays the same width. There's presently much less bike traffic west of Hanover than east of Hanover, downhill of Hanover. And but with this project, we're going to have a lot more bike traffic on that section. And we had decades ago where the city actually eliminated parking on one side of a number of streets throughout the city to create bike lanes. And there was actually then a backlash against expanding that, and we ended up with the number of bike lanes we have now, and we've never been able to dare to take parking away from one side of a street to put in very valuable bike lanes. We right now have an opportunity to do it right, or the way we have it drawn up, I think we'd be doing it wrong. I don't know why we would allow the parking on the street. The questions I asked of staff earlier clarified that the project is fully parked, not only to code, but we believe it is adequately parked. And so there's no need, and that's excluding the parking on Cal Ave. So as the applicant stated, that's not basically part of the project. That's fully within the city's discretion, and so we can simply direct staff to pursue elimination of parking, parallel parking on the south side of California Avenue in the between Hanover and Oxford, right? Yeah. Pardon me? Amherst, sorry. And so if the maker and the seconder are receptive to that, I'd like to pass that as an amendment.
Councilman Price, would you accept that amendment?
Sorry, I missed the last statement.
I'm not sure
the
which
bike
part
lane,
you
a
meant.
bike lane of,
Yes.
along California Avenue.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, great. And then on page 1080 of the packet, in Mr. Balin's letter, there is recommendation number 1, which basically is, once again, if I understand it correctly, it's a recommendation that is outside the scope of the project and within the jurisdiction of the city. And it basically is really questioning whether we have yet been able to have a full vetting with the neighborhood on what are the best safe routes to school through this area. And I don't think our Safe Routes to School committee has been fully engaged either in this yet. And so I think this is a good recommendation, which is to remove conditions 14A and 14C from the director's decision and have council direct staff to engage the neighborhood and the Safe Routes to School committee for best and safest pathways for bikes and pedestrian in and out of the development. And if the maker and the seconder are receptive to that, I'd like to propose that as another amendment.
14A, 14C, could we just have where packet page that is so we could just look at that? No, that's 1080.
1080 is where, that's not 14A and C, that's recommendation number one.
1043, page 1043.
And so while you're looking at that, I'll go ahead and speak to my one last comment.
Page 1011 and 1012.
Thank you. Thank you. And I frankly haven't read 14A and C myself, so.
So 1011, 1012, sorry, that's what.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll while you're looking that over, I'll skip to one final thing, which has to do with these the street mouths or throats that are choked down, and we already have as part of the motion. I'm not looking to change the motion, just to offer another concept that I'd like to suggest staff explore, which is that there are a number of reasons to have these bulb outs, and part of it is that it's actually a traffic calming device for traffic exiting this project. And as I think about it, once again, on the bike issue, we have bikes exiting there. Up until then, there's parking, but in any event, as we enter that intersection, the bikes are going to be either sharing, well, right now, they'd be sharing the lane with the cars. And one other option that occurred to me is that you take that area that's in the bulb out and instead have a solid curb separation of a bike lane that would have the functionality of a bulb out with the visual appearance of a complete street, a fully wide street. And so no parking would be permitted there. Give bikes the safer section there of basically an island at each of those intersections, and have the visual benefit that the neighbors were asking for. And I'm not going to make that as a specific recommendation. I'm suggesting that that be explored, and since this is probably going to have some neighborhood impact, see what everybody thinks. And maybe it's a bad idea, but I'd like to suggest it. So have you guys had a chance to look at A and C?
Did you get a chance to look at that?
Nope, but I'll take your word for it. This time.
Pat, you want to look at it?
No, as I said, does it look
so have you accepted this as an amendment?
Further issues?
Why don't you take a look at it?
All right.
Yeah.
So then if
we'll hold off.
What I would like to accept, though, is the last part of it right now, which was the that the council gives direction to begin a process with the neighborhood for the best and safest pathways and solutions for bicyclists and pedestrians heading in and out of the development to and from Stanford Avenue.
Okay, and so that may be adequate. And well,
why don't you take,
if I have permission to loop back, if I still have a problem,
and I'd like
A
to
and
ask
C
staff
later.
a couple questions
Okay,
that I would
great.
know the answer to.
I'm good for now. And
Okay, do you want to ask now? I have Councilmembers Schmidt and Holman.
If I can ask staff a question?
Do you want to do it now?
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay, go ahead.
I just basically like to ask, the conditions of approval basically provide for crosswalks at certain intersections. Would there be a situation in which, besides coming up with the best process, we wouldn't want crosswalks there? I find that hard to imagine.
Yeah,
that we
thank you,
wouldn't want
Councilmember
crosswalks
Sharp.
there.
I think these conditions are important. They impose the requirement for crosswalks in all directions at what we think is going to be, and what I think Mr. Ballin agrees is going to be a principal intersection accessing the project. So I think we would be loath to see those two conditions deleted.
So as I glance at this, is your issue that we would want to do A and C whether we also do this other
That's correct.
engagement, and that's the way I read it as well. Okay, I'm fine.
So do we have the amendment yet? Okay, so
Oh,
the amendment will include
To engage the neighborhood.
to engage, okay. And how about the 14A and C?
Nope.
Nope. So it's the engage the neighborhood, okay, and I think the seconder is nodding. I'm going to go on to Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I think the current motion does a very good job. The project itself of providing housing instead of offices connecting to College Terrace neighborhood. I think the sensitivity to the trips coming out of there, of children going to school, of students going to Stanford, of faculty in and out to Stanford. I think the sensitivity around sidewalks, street bulbs and widths and bike lanes make a lot of sense. The one question that I have left is the emergency vehicles. We talked a lot about the fire code, but it seems to me the EMS services go out 10 times for every one time a fire response takes place. And you mentioned that very often you have a fire apparatus and an emergency EMS vehicle. What is extremely timely then is getting a person from a household to a hospital, counting in the seconds, half minutes. I guess let me suggest an amendment to the motion, which would say that we would have an informational report from the fire chief to the council on ingress and egress of fire apparatus and ambulance from driveway A and B. And council can then take that and assess it.
Are you making that as an amendment? You're asking for an amendment? So,
Yeah.
Councilmember Scharf, do you have it looks like you might have a question about that as an amendment.
You know, I'm just confused as to what.
Can you put your, speak
Yeah,
in.
I'm just confused, Councilmember Schmidt, of what would be in that report.
Well, I guess what is there is the description we got tonight had 2 vehicles in one of these driveways. They both fit in, but now you put someone who needs help and you have a fire apparatus that needs to back out before the EMS vehicle can back out, and what kind of timing and coordination is needed to make that effective without a turnaround on the street.
I think the question is a report, and whether or not we want to have a report out with these elements to it.
Can I just ask the chief, is this something you could produce fairly easily without much work?
We might have similar streets already like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that would take some, we could certainly look into that. You know, it would take, once the neighborhood is built and actually working, frankly, the demographic that's going to occupy this neighborhood is not sort of a demographic that uses our services a lot, you know, younger families, those types of things. I mean, you've heard me say that number before, that age 65 and over is about 17% of the city's population, but represents about 50% of our ambulance transports. That being said, we can certainly look into this and come back with a report. It would probably be to get a good data set at least a year after the neighborhood is up and functioning, where we had some meaningful data that we could report back to you. And then I guess the question I would ask at that point is what do we do with that report then? What policy decision does that then drive?
Yeah, it would only be effective if it could come quickly, so you can assess the value of a turnaround on those driveways.
Let me take a look at some other neighborhoods that have similar layouts and patterns, and I may expand my look into some other communities that have similar size, widths, and rolled curves, and see if I can come up with some meaningful data.
I think that would be helpful, yes.
Rather than incorporate it into the motion, maybe the fire chief could just give us that if he finds it possible. I think he would be willing to do that.
Okay, as long as it's a timely report.
Okay. No, can you clarify timely?
Especially since we're going on
It's
break
11:35,
in about
yeah.
15 minutes, yeah.
Well, we could wait a few weeks.
Thank you. I'll take that
So
as a
maybe
compliment.
you're asking for an informational report then?
Within
Councilmember Schmidt?
60 days.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. We can do that.
Is that it?
Good.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. I think the project is getting better with councilmember comments and input based on the public's input. And much appreciate the many people who've been involved with this. And to Fred Ballin, who bringing this issue forward, safety is the primary concern of council members in the city for that matter. I think the communication provided by Bill Ross is pretty convincing and compelling. So that said, I'm supportive of where we are so far, but I have a couple other issues. And these are prompted also by comments from the public as well. And one of them is I agree with the congestion comments raised by the appeal on Columbia Street. And so what I'm wondering is if there could be a bike lane added at the north, that would be the the south side of Central Park to connect with Bowdoin, because there's a heavy concentration of ingress and egress on Columbia. So I'm looking for us to get a safer way for bicyclists and pedestrians, for that matter, to exit from Bowdoin onto California Avenue instead of all of them being in conflict with each other on Columbia.
Well, Councilmember Holman, that's an interesting idea. I guess I was assuming that would be an outgrowth of the consultation that's called for in the amendment that's been incorporated into the motion about collaboration with the neighborhood and the Safe Routes to School Committee. Is that something we could address through that process?
I guess I asked the maker and seconder of the motion, is that something you're interested in pursuing specifically?
I think we should address it through that process. I think that's a good.
Okay, well, put that on the list, though, because I think it's something that could help reduce conflicts. And also, there's sidewalk on Amherst, but not on Bowdoin. Again,
There are sidewalks on both sides of Bowdoin. It's just the Amherst, the L, the upside, inverted L that doesn't have the sidewalk.
Okay, I overlooked that then. And those are really my biggest concerns, given all the amendments that have been added to the motion. But I'm really interested in, actually I do have one other comment, really interested in getting some of that conflicting traffic off of Columbia. Is there any possibility of, and I get this is probably looked at, but is there any possibility of an exit onto Page Mill from the back of the site for the multifamily? Was that discussed at all?
Well, again, the applicant has offered to provide that during the construction period. Our feeling in looking at this is because it wasn't included in the original agreement, we couldn't impose a permanent access egress through there on the project on a permanent basis.
So can I ask the applicant if that's something that you would be amenable to, since you're going to have access anyway during construction? Would you consider continuing that access to help alleviate congestion on Columbia?
So again, my name is Tiffany Griego. I'm the director of the Research Park. I have two hats to wear this evening. One is as a facilitator in compliance with this agreement. The second is protecting the 1450 Pageville Road property as an important commercial property for Stanford and for the city, frankly. It's not a part of the Mayfield Development Agreement, and we are not willing to reopen the agreement or renegotiate that. It would be adding a seventh parcel to the development agreement. 6 parcels as part of this will be converted to residential, which we wholesale support. But we think the traffic numbers absolutely do not warrant dragging in another property to be converted into a public road. It would be unsafe, it would mix incompatible uses, and we think the design that we're putting forward is really well designed to achieve the goals that we all mutually set out both in 2005 and in recent years, and that is to knit together this development with College Terrace through safe streets tied into the grid system of College Terrace. So we have given this tremendous thought. The neighborhood has brought it up extensively. It's been brought up and debated in 2005. It's not a new issue, and we have really considered it. I hope you understand that, but we feel that it is not prudent planning, frankly.
So, and how would staff feel about, I might have a follow-up question for you. How would staff feel about that, about the term that was used as prudent planning? Would staff see that or feel that or not, that would be a good safety factor and way to alleviate traffic on Columbia? Pretending that Stanford was willing to do that, would you see that as an improvement?
You know, we haven't given it a lot of thought. I guess I'd be concerned that a lot of people who live in the neighborhood currently would start to use that if it was available to them and have an impact on the people who live closest to it. I mean, we would have to look at that in detail, and as we indicated, we didn't feel like we had the ability to impose it as a condition, so it didn't warrant that level of analysis.
Yeah, I'm not sure how people in the neighborhood actually would be able to access it as I look at the plan. So
could I add one thought?
Sure, Jean, go ahead.
If somebody wants to get to Page Mill Road, they leave this site, they turn right on California Avenue, and they turn right again on Hanover. They don't go on to Columbia. So if where they want to get to is Page Mill Road, they drive, half a block down California Avenue towards El Camino. They turn right on Hanover, where there is a stoplight at Page Mill, and then they can obviously go either direction on Page Mill. So the idea of a driveway that directs you through the neighboring parcel to Page Mill doesn't have anything to do with traffic going on Columbia or not. And that would be a route that somebody would use if they want to get to Page Mill Road. And those cars that want to get to Page Mill Road are not driving on Columbia.
I also wanted to ask the question on this one because this was not part of the appeal. And so I don't think we have to take this up at this point because that was not what the applicant asked for.
But this is a de novo. This is a de novo, so we don't have to limit ourselves to what's in the appeal.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to point it out that this is not part of, what we're taking up with appeal.
That's fine, but it's de novo, so it doesn't have to be. So, so I guess I didn't quite follow what Ms. McCowan was saying because if you want to get from, I'm looking at particularly the multifamily complex at the southeast of this project, how do you get directly onto Hanover?
You come out from the new street that links up with Columbia. You then turn right, headed towards El Camino on California Avenue.
Right.
And the next stop sign you come to is Hanover, which takes you over to Page Mill Road.
Right.
It's 400 feet away.
I'm sorry.
It's 400 feet down California Avenue to get to a right turn on Hanover.
Right. What I was trying to eliminate was some of the traffic on Columbia, where you're saying you have to get, of course, on Columbia to get to California Avenue to get to Hanover.
No. You exit this project. You exit the new project. You're at the intersection of Columbia and California Avenue. Mm-hmm. You want to get to Page Mill Road, which is now behind you, right? Mm-hmm. So you turn right down California Avenue. You don't drive onto Columbia in the College Terrace neighborhood.
Right. So I'm talking about Columbia in the new project.
Right, that's what I'm talking about too. As I understand the congestion concern, it's an assumption that there will be trips leaving this project that want to use Columbia to drive through College Terrace to get to Stanford Avenue. That's what I understand their concern is. This road that would take you out onto Page Mill Road doesn't alter the trips that people would want to take on either Bowdoin, Amherst, or Columbia.
That's where the disconnect is in our comments here. I think the concern is Columbia in the project. I think is where the concern has been.
I think it's Columbia.
That's what I understood.
I understood it to be Columbia in the College Terrace neighborhood, not Columbia inside of this project.
Maybe Mr. Ballin could confirm that, but I thought it was within the project in Columbia. So, Mr. Ballin, could I, through the chair, ask Mr. Ballin a clarifying question?
Of course.
Well, the numbers that you saw that we put in were internal to the project. Obviously, so it starts internally. We don't think it's good circulation to have it all on one street. Obviously, we're concerned about traffic cutting through the neighborhood, but that is secondary to what's internal.
Yeah. So your comments were internal to the project. So that was to Gene McCown. That's where we were having a disconnect. So, did you want to address that any further?
Well, I certainly did understand that the numbers that Fred presented were focusing on a larger number of trips that will use the Columbia Street inside the project than potentially uses Amherst or Bowdoin inside the project. But I thought the purpose of making that comment was what he just indicated, was the concern that if that volume is coming out at the Columbia Street, California Avenue intersection, and those trips want to go through the neighborhood, that he's concerned about the impact on the College Terrace neighborhood from the fact that there's a larger number of the exits out of this project using Columbia. And my only point is that this other separate question of creating an access road through 1450 Page Mill to get out to Page Mill Road, it's apples and oranges. It's not dealing with the same question. So this concept, which Tiffany Grego's explained why we think does not make sense from a wide variety of points of view, doesn't address the congestion at Columbia problem.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And I think those cover my questions. I particularly want to support the access to the schools and the safe routes to schools. One question I have for staff is a clarification about participation in terms of who would provide improvements, because what's conditioned in the approval so far is that Stanford would take care of the crosswalks that are determined already. So what about covering the cost of any additional safety features that might be identified as a part of this discussion with the neighborhood? So is that cost to be shared by Stanford and the city, or how would that cost be determined?
Well, I think one of the factors that would influence that is on whose land the improvements are identified. You know, is it in city streets or is it on the Stanford parcels? And I think if it was on the Stanford parcels, we would request their participation. But if it was on city streets, similar to the bike lane that's in one of the earlier amendments, it would ultimately fall to the city to implement that improvement.
So do we need to clarify or not that improvements that would be internal to the project would be provided for by Stanford? Do we need to include that here for clarification going forward or not?
I'll leave that to council. I think the magnitude of things that are likely to come out of this consultation are the kinds of things that any good property owner would agree to participate with. But if you feel that you'd like to make that explicit, that's up to council.
And maker of the motion?
What was it again?
To clarify that proposals having to do with the conversation with the neighborhood about safety, that they would be provided for by the ones that happen on Stanford property, that they would bear the cost of providing those improvements.
Do we have the ability to do that if it's not in the agreement?
You don't have the ability to require them to pay for improvements on that other parcel. The way the condition is worded, though, is that those improvements will not go forward unless Stanford agrees to them through this sort of voluntary outreach process.
Okay. That provides probably enough strength to it, so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for making some of the changes that I think were helpful in getting this out to Stanford and launched. I'm impressed that this is going to happen before break, to tell you the truth. Oh, you want to answer something?
Mayor Shepherd, just one clarification. The amendment about eliminating parallel parking on California and placing a bicycle lane there, I was wondering if I understood that to mean that it was a council's request to ask staff to examine this issue with the idea of implementing these improvements. We may need to go through a process to evaluate this and do some outreach before we can pull the trigger and actually make it happen. So I wondered if we could make that just a little more directive to staff.
I'm okay with that, although it's just a continuation of what is down below.
I understand.
If that's what you prefer.
It's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to make a comment. When I was looking at this project, it actually inspired me to pop up with my neighborhood. I live in Southgate. Many of you know that. I've brought it up a number of times. And we have 3 ways to get out of our neighborhood. We have about the same amount of people that you're putting in here. I think we might have a little more land, but then you've got a park with a swimming pool in the middle of it in this project. And the only time we have trouble getting in and out of our neighborhood is when people along Churchill, which I think is busier than California Avenue is here, decide that they want to make a U-turn, and they do it a lot. And so they make those big wide turns like they're going to go into the neighborhood, and then they try to come back out because they want to go back the way they were coming in. And I also know that we have one road into the neighborhood from El Camino, which is limited as to how you get out, and I wish it wasn't there because people cut through from El Camino over to Churchill, and there's no stop sign, and I find that irritating. And the neighbors got together with Evergreen Park and intentionally blocked so that we can no longer go through on Park Boulevard over by Pierce Park. So I would actually look at that particular section of trying to get over to Page Mill Road to be exactly the kind of condition that you might have this particular neighborhood coming back and saying, we want this blocked. I do look at the heavy area that you have with Columbia there. Is that the street? The one with all the apartments on it. That is, much more top heavy. But with the way neighborhoods work, I can only say that the only thing I can say is from our neighborhood, we really don't have any blockages except for Pally parkers who like to park during the springtime when they don't have permits to park on campus. Things get extremely narrow and very dangerous. And I don't think you're going to have that issue here either. So I do think that this project does remind me very much of patterns that we already have as an experience in Palo Alto, and integrating this into a neighborhood for the neighborhood. I think that this is a good experience for the College Terrace neighborhood, and eliminating the commercial. So this was a good exchange, I think, back in 2005. And thank you for all the rigor with the neighborhood. I think that I was watching some of this when it went through. when I got to go and speak to the neighborhood association. They are great eyes and ears for what is going to happen, and I think all of these questions are very legitimate, and I appreciate the rigor that they were given to us with. I have one more light on, which is Councilmember Berman, which has not spoken to this motion.
So I just want to quickly follow up on Councilmember Burt's comments about the bulb out issue. Did we ever, where do we stand on that? Is it currently that we're going to eliminate the bulb outs? And if that is the case, I thought that the suggestion that Councilmember Burt had was a good one. You know, I definitely understand the comments from the gentleman whose name I'm forgetting about the visual effect of it. But I also, you know, on packet page 997, it talks about how bulb outs not only shorten the crossing distance for pedestrians and bicyclists, but they increase visibility for cars to see these pedestrians and bicyclists. And so I want to make sure that we're not creating a less safe situation in order to, you know, for aesthetic reasons. And I think that the suggestion of maybe a more limited bulb out might be a good compromise that adds safety, or that maintains the safety, but still hopefully you know, addresses some of the visual impacts. So I just want to, maybe that can already happen in here, and maybe I'm just talking to Stanford right now and saying, hey, take a look at that idea and work with the neighborhood to try to find a compromise, because I think there's benefits to bulb outs that if we can find a way to you know, keep those benefits, that's safe for everyone that we're encouraging to bike and run and walk in this neighborhood. So I'm assuming that's already covered in the motion.
Councilmember Berman, staff would be supportive of that if you wanted to say reduce the bulb outs rather than eliminate. They do provide some safety benefits for pedestrians crossing at those locations.
So would the maker and seconder be okay with that?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. That's all I got.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Klein not participating. Final item on our agenda is Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. I'm going to go ahead and dare. I just came back from the mayor's conference in Dallas, and I have to say the mayors in Dallas have been working for decades now on some very substantial initiatives that are making impact. One of them is on climate change, that they are making impact with back in Washington, D.C., and I just wanted to report that out. I will bring my material from the conference so people can see the resolutions, and they are having an impact with Washington on that. And so I thought that our community would be very supportive of that. The mayor's conference next year will be in San Francisco, and you can go, not as a mayor, they don't give you as many privileges, but it's very interesting to hear from some of the people working in the trenches trying to make a difference when we are the ones with many of the impacts that we have to make decisions with at our local level. And it was very heartwarming for me to see that traction. So I will, like I say, I'll bring some of the material in and share it. Cool. With that, this meeting is adjourned.
Nobody wants to yell, it's recess.